And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, April 19th, in the year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is none other than Symbolic Studies, also known as Mario. He's a researcher that goes deeper than anyone else out there into the study of the hidden language of symbology. He also does tarot readings and private lessons as well, and we will be talking to him in just a moment. I wanted to remind you to head over to endofdaysradio.com where you can get an updated guest list. You can donate to the show as well. And also, don't forget my email, daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have a guest suggestion, if you want to come on the show, if you want me to go on your show, if you want to tell me off, if you want to tell me what an idiot that I am, then please email me, daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. Also, Todd says EODR Radio. Yes, man, I love that song. Where do I buy that record? The record actually hasn't been released yet, which you should know since that's actually your voice in the song. You goofball, Todd. But we will be back after the guest. We have lots of news to talk about, including Taylor Swift's new album. Boo, boo. As well as Israel. Lots of happenings in the Middle East. Israel, Iran, Gaza, Ukraine, lots and lots to talk about. Stay tuned. But for now, let us talk to the man himself. Let's bring on our guest.
Hey,
hello.
Daniel.
Hi, Mario. How are you?
Pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. It's good to see you. I see you share a sense of fashion with myself.
Yeah. We go to the same barber.
Apparently. The old Gillette, 3-blade, 2-blade, whatever works.
Right. Indeed.
So, it's Mario, not Mario.
Correct. Yes, Mario.
Okay, Mario. Um, boy, wow. I've heard you on other programs, and you go quite deep. But I suppose I should start off by asking why. Like, why the intense interest in symbology? Why do you have this interest?
Good question. You know, I've been a lifelong artist, and so I started off in my early years spending a lot of time illustrating and just kind of observing the world around me. And that eventually transitioned to graphic design. And so I've been a graphic designer for about 25 years now. And so I picked it up in high school. I'm almost 40 now. And that really gave me a good foundation, I would say, aesthetically. I started, obviously, when you're designing, playing around with different shapes and colors and photos, and I was manipulating things, and I was really plugged into the hardcore and metal and punk scene where I grew up in Central California. And so I started doing a lot of stuff for friends' bands and things like that. And eventually I would do album covers and shirt designs and whatnot. Over the years, though, I started getting more, I guess, corporate clients. You started doing a lot of logos and websites and things like that for people. And so over the years, I've just been naturally interested in all things visual, all things graphic. I've also been a photographer for a good chunk of my life. I went to film school for a number of years as well. And somewhere along the way, I started becoming interested in symbolism. I didn't even realize symbolism was even something you could get into. And I came across a book at a bookstore, very basic book, but it had entries on, you know, the symbolism of different colors and animals and things like that. And from there, I just started collecting, you know, more material on symbolism. So over the years, I got to know sort of the lay of the land with the authors that really kind of hold their own weight when it comes to symbology. And I built up a pretty decent library. And so now, basically, with any sort of symbol or any myth or anything that I'm really interested in, I have a lot of reference material to fall back on and really dive into. And over the years, too, I came across the tarot, which really opened me up to wanting to understand astrology, occultism, numerology, things like that. So the tarot really kind of broke me wide open to want to learn more esoteric sort of stuff. And then that led me to really trying to understand what's going on with astrology and things like that. And just over the years, I became more intensely interested in certain sides of symbology that a lot of people don't really talk about. And so that's some of what we'll be getting into today. It's kind of, I think at least, sort of where my foundation is with symbolism and how I kind of break down symbolism and how I think that essentially there's been three major symbolic ages. I would say currently we live in a very solarized world. So this would be the solar age of symbolism. A lot of people associate a lot of things in the world of symbolism to the sun. But before I think people were solarized, before we entered the solar age, there was more of a lunar tradition, which has to do with the moon. And then previous to that, there was another tradition, which goes by a lot of different names. But the primordial tradition, the northern or polar tradition is another way of putting it. And so this really is kind of like the heart of where we get a lot of our symbols from today. And there was a major shift as well from symbolism that was considered to be polar in nature to solar in nature. So that's kind of a sort of nutshell of where I'm at right now and how I got here.
Polar to solar. I like that. It rhymes.
Indeed. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. It's something that a lot of people struggle with. It's a niche thing to really get into, but I've been fortunate enough to have a platform now with symbolism. So when I discuss anything, people send me, as I'm sure you're probably in the same boat, people will send me links and book titles and things like that. So over the last couple of years, I've really wrapped my head around polar symbolism and how that's really the root of a lot of the things that we've kind of come to know in today's world. And I'll say that there's a whole thread here where I think some very powerful occultists and sort of mystery schools that they acknowledge the polar tradition as well, that this isn't just something that I've come up with on my own. There's authors, very reputable authors too, that are well aware of this side of things. It's not really discussed that much online, and there's very few people who actually get into this specific angle with things.
No, there really aren't a whole lot of people that talk about this. The only ones that I could really think of would be like Jordan Maxwell, and he's more about, I think, the words rather than the actual symbols. You'd probably have to join a secret society or something like that. Or Mario, have you ever been in a secret society, or would you ever join one?
You know, I'm not entirely opposed to it. I haven't joined anything, so I'm definitely a bit of a lone wolf or a lone soldier that way. But we'll see what happens. You know, I get asked this not regularly, but I get asked this on occasion. And I know people who are in different groups, and they say that some of what I'm saying is definitely spot on with how they understand it. Obviously, there's people out there who don't see it my way as well, which is totally fine. The way I tend to put it is, if people are interested in this angle, they can come to me and they can look at my work and digest what I've put out there. And if they're not interested, there's a lot of other people, you know, kind of doing things in the more conventional sort of way, I would say. But no, I'm not part of any group.
Interesting comment from the chat, from church chat, brings up Young. Are symbols really like archetypes of some type, like a universal archetype that we can understand even though we might not share the same language?
I would say in many ways, yes. What I found is that really everything is symbolic. Anything that's used for communication is symbolic, right? So we're talking right now, and there's always a breakdown too with communication. So I might say something, you might have a different interpretation of what that actually means. I say God, I might have one impression of what God means. You're going to have a different impression of what God may or may not mean. And then those words are broken down into syllables. If you're writing out the words, if you're looking at them, you know, obviously every word is comprised of letters. And so everything in this realm is symbolic. So really, symbolism is kind of like a bridge to metaphysical understandings, you know. And it's really, it gets me going because every symbol, too, has a whole entire history to it. And so that's one thing I'll say that's kind of interesting, is just the difference in cultures and what they see in a certain symbol. So as an example, the sun, I used to think that the sun was just across the board always masculine, and that's not the case. There are cultures who view the sun as actually being feminine, and vice versa. The moon, right? I used to consider just being wholly feminine, but that's not necessarily true. There are certain cultures that see a lot of masculine symbolism within the moon. And so where I've come out with everything is that I do try and walk a middle path, I would say, and I try and look at both sides of everything. I really appreciate Mercury and a lot of symbolism associated with Mercury, because I think in many ways he represents sort of this middle path, this sort of central path. And I think symbolism, to me, what it really comes down to, this is more of my modern research, my more recent research, but it seems to me like everything really comes from the same place and returns to that same place. And I think that the dot is kind of an appropriate metaphor for that. If you look into the symbolism of the dot, the symbolism of the center, the symbolism of what being in the middle represents, it all comes from and emanates from this central point and then returns back to it. And so if you're familiar with the torus field, it's very much like a toroidal sort of concept or toroidal sort of effect, where energy kind of sprouts forth from the torus field, but then it also returns back to it. And so that's what I see symbolism to kind of represent. It's, in a lot of ways, all symbols, all archetypes, all myths, I kind of see them as just different expressions of the center, kind of being radiated out from it, emanating from it, but then also returning back to it. You know, even the Major Arcana. I don't know if you've ever gotten into tarot, but the Major Arcana essentially is cyclical, right? And so it starts with the Fool, and then you go through the whole entire arc of the Major Arcana, and then you end with the Universe card, but then it starts right back over again. You know, so everything starts and returns at the same spot.
It's interesting that you're kind of coming from the world of heavy metal, because it's been my experience that world, possibly depending on what specific genre you're into, but there's a lot of occultism in metal music. There's a lot of Satanism and paganism and even Luciferianism in metal music, especially like the doom metal and goth sort of metal. You see a lot of that stuff, and I've definitely noticed it. Was there some piece in particular, or an album cover, or something like that, that kind of made you think, "Hey, there's something to this symbology stuff"?
Right. You know what? I can't say there was a specific album cover, but that's something I've noticed throughout the years as well. And even as I get older, I've gone through many phases of like listening to different genres of music. And metal always is what I come back to. Like that's kind of my root. That's kind of my heart. It's what keeps me interested. And I'll say that when I am just listening to music and when I am observing album covers and lyrics and song titles and stuff, the metal world has, I think, some of the most thoughtful album covers and some of the most thoughtful lyrics and some of the most thoughtful song titles that really, really carry weight, and that have kind of spoken to me personally. And I'm not even someone that really reads lyrics that often. And with metal, it's hard to discern even what a lot of these guys are saying because they're screaming and things like that. But for sure, it's steeped in a lot of this stuff. And there's been times where I've been at shows and I see people wearing some article of clothing. It's, it'll be a metal show, and I'm looking at their vest or I'm looking at their jacket and I'm just decoding everything that's kind of on there. And I'm just tripping out with all the sort of sigils and stuff these bands have associated themselves with. Moving up to the Pacific Northwest. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Real quick, Clint Eastwood in the chat, he mentions, if you take the angles on the Metallica logo and you invert one of them and extend the lines, it becomes a square and compass. That's pretty weird. I'm gonna have to look into that. You were about to mention something about the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, because I know you're in Seattle, right?
Absolutely. Unfortunately,
I was in Portland, Oregon for a number of years, and so I was there for about 13 years or so, and I'm about an hour east now. But it was interesting to see even just the transition with symbolism at shows here in the Pacific Northwest. A lot more runes, things related to like Nordic mythology and runic tattoos and things like that. It was a completely different vibe than what I was used to, in Central California and things like that. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's amazing how local areas within the states have these vastly different cultures and even like different occultism. Like down in California, you have a lot of magical stuff, and New Orleans is, they're into the voodoo and stuff like that. And even up here, there's a kind of a unique identity. People like Bigfoot a lot up here. You see a lot of that stuff, and I'm sure like you go to the East Coast, you got the Jersey Devil, et cetera, et cetera. But circling back to the topic of the tarot, one thing I'm curious about is how far does this go back? I mean, is this like the caveman days? Do you have any idea what the origin of tarot is?
That's a great question. Yeah, my kind of go-to answer for a while has been that you can actually look at a table or a tablet. It's called the Bembine Tablet of Isis. And the first time I came across that, it was in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. And he has in his book, at least the version that I have, it's like a fold-out poster of this huge, huge table of art. And within this table, there's all of these different scenes, just completely dense, like really packed, full of all of these little scenes. And what he says in Secret Teachings, at least, is that is the first representation of the tarot. That if you actually look at all of the little scenes in that piece of art, that you're going to see every single card represented, basically. And so I tend to present that as the earliest example I can find of a deck. I can't remember, what era of Egyptian history that came from, but I think that that's definitely interesting. And but beyond that, though, I can't really say. I don't really know. The earliest decks that we can actually come across and find like a complete deck, my understanding is they come from the 15th century. So you're not going to find an earlier deck than that, essentially, unless you're looking at like this Table of Isis, which, you know, people should check out if they've never seen that before. But prior to that, it's really hard to say. And even when with those early decks, like the history behind them and how they were created and who held on to them for such a long time and things like that, like the history gets very, very blurry. So I can't really say I'm too aware of, anything beyond these examples pretty much. So it's very much a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, if I put my thinking cap on, maybe it was some cavemen that were casting bones or something like that, maybe reading each other's palms. I mean, divining the future or trying to gain wisdom through nature around you. I suppose you could even look at the clouds, or I even have heard of like things being done with entrails and stuff like that, like taking a dead bird and ripping it up and throwing it on the ground and reading the way the organs lay out on the stones, stuff like that. But now this secret society thing, tarot does seem to kind of go hand in hand with secret societies. Like I know astrology, for example, came from the Rosicrucians. Is it mostly secret societies that are into tarot? I mean, it does seem to go hand in hand. You mentioned Manly P. Hall earlier, that was is a very well regarded Freemason.
Right. Is it a secret society thing? You know, the way I tend to look at the tarot is that there were, I guess you could say, custodians of the tarot. I think a lot of this information was preserved by people. And I think there's a lot of things in today's world, actually, that kind of parallels this, in that the information or the idea or the concept was preserved, but the people who are preserving it aren't the originators. And so I think that's probably true with the tarot. And we have to acknowledge that the tarot is essentially a Kabbalistic system as well. And so that's a lot of the times people, when they get into the system, they don't realize that they're essentially learning an esoteric Jewish system at the end of the day, which is a whole entire can of worms, if I'm being honest with you. But there have been divination systems that have always existed, right? Just like what you were saying with the few examples that you threw out there. So people are going to divine. People are going to want to know answers or seek some other kind of insight, using divination. And you can use anything you want. You can use leaves or pebbles. There's geomancy, which people used to use little rocks or sand. That used to be called the science of sand. People will use tea leaves and things like that. And so the I Ching, you can use coins, you can use sticks and whatnot. So there are a lot of divination systems out there. I happen to be very much into the tarot for a lot of different reasons, but I kind of have explored all of them. Not super in depth, but I've definitely read and have used multiple divination systems over the years. There's different systems with dice. There's different systems, like the I Ching. I don't know if I just mentioned that. But the I Ching, this is a binary sort of system. They each kind of come with their own set of rules. I would say almost their own energy. The runes as well, I think, is an interesting system. And so I tend to be someone that wants to understand the lay of the land and wants to understand different perspectives, different schools of thought, different philosophies and whatnot, instead of just only focusing on one thing. I try and be open-minded that way.
Yeah, you brought up the I Ching. The first time I ever heard about the I Ching was Terence McKenna, when he was explaining his time wave zero theory about 2012 and the Mayan calendar and all of that. Have you ever come across that whole thing, the Terence McKenna I Ching thing?
Yeah.
What do you think of all that? Is it a big disappointment because nothing happened, or did something happen? It does seem like a lot's happening.
Well, what's really funny, if I'm being completely honest with you? Well, the last time I revisited that material was a number of years ago, but for my money, I don't really care to forecast into the future. And this is a misconception when people come to me for tarot reading. And I totally understand a lot of people want to use astrology and they want to use the tarot as a way of forecasting what's to come, what's coming around the corner, what can I expect next month or next year, what should I be keeping in mind. And personally, for me, I find it to be much more helpful to use astrology and the tarot and divination systems in general to check into the present moment, seeing where you're currently at, seeing what comes up and what needs to be understood, and using that as kind of guidance moving forward, and or using it to reflect and using it to understand something that maybe you just went through. Maybe use it as a way to kind of look back in a sort of more meaningful way through this new sort of lens. I've been into conspiracy stuff and alternative information for a handful of years now. And early on, I realized that a lot of people say a lot of different things about what's going to happen down the road. And people might put dates out there and say that the end of the world's going to happen this date or that date or whatever. And I fell for a couple of them early on, not necessarily thinking that the world was going to end, but, you know, paying attention to what some of these people were saying, and then they don't come to fruition. And a lot of these people never review sort of their predictions, right? Especially when they go wrong. And the vast majority of the time, they do not happen. So I'm the kind of person these days where I don't even really pay attention to prophecy or forecasting that way. And then when major events do occur, sometimes they're way out of left field and nobody really saw it coming. And so I think it's safer to use divination as a means to check in and be present and maybe reflect, but not so much looking ahead. Or if you're going to look ahead, taking it lightly or taking it with a grain of salt, something along those lines. I see a lot of people, they spend a lot of time just wanting to know what's going to happen, but they're never in the present moment. Right. And when you forecast too much and you look too far ahead and you're wound up about the future, you're going to basically make yourself anxious, probably.
That makes sense to me. Plus, in my opinion, there's free will so that the future can change or change a little bit at least. But one other question that I had, and actually Jen in the private chat had the same question. So we got some synchronicity going on. But he and I just want to know, what is your favorite deck out there? What do you consider to be the best? I mean, I go to the bookstore, I see they got decks for Twilight, they got Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Some of them are pretty cool. I mean, I picked up an old OTO deck from a used bookstore that smelled really thickly of cigarettes. I imagine a witch that used to have them, you know, like a witch with a real coarse voice, kind of like to pretend. Right. But Mario, what is your favorite deck?
It used to be, my go-to answer used to be the Thoth deck by Crowley, and that was the first deck that I really got interested in. I didn't realize how notorious he was as a figure when I first got the deck. I was just attracted to the artwork, and there's a lot to be said about what he chose to encode in that deck. It's a very fascinating deck still, but I'll say that the older I get, I am really leaning towards the Rider-Waite deck, which is just the standard classic tarot deck that most people will come across, and that there's so many clones for that deck too, that it's come out in so many different sort of like iterations. And so the older I get, the more I'm really appreciating the Rider-Waite deck. I'll probably say that that's probably my favorite deck currently, but I do appreciate the early decks. Those are my favorite decks. I really like the classic decks for a lot of different reasons. And so there's a lot of earlier decks that I definitely have in my collection that I like. I'll give out one classic deck that I really like. Like the Soprafino is a really great deck. That's a fantastic one. But the three earliest decks that I have that I'm pretty sure are the three earliest decks that you can even find complete sort of collections for and still get reprints of are the Solabusca. That's a really interesting, fascinating deck. It was the first deck to have an illustrated minor arcana. A lot of people think that the Rider-Waite was the first one. It wasn't. It was the Solabusca. Very mysterious deck. And so a lot of people say that the family who created it for malefic intentions. And there's a lot of subliminal symbolism in there too. So the Solabusca, the Marseille is a classic deck. And so I feel like if you're, you know, taking tarot seriously or you're really into it, that's a great deck to have around. And then the Visconti Forza is another early classic deck too.
Mario, what exactly is Arcana?
Oh, secret. So the major arcana and the minor arcana. So it'd be the greater secrets and lesser secrets, essentially.
So it means the secrets that are actually encoded into the cards?
Yeah, basically. And so I don't know if you've ever broken a tarot deck down, but there's two main sections. So the major arcana and the minor arcana. The minor arcana is much bigger, and there's 4 suits. So there's air, water, fire, earth. There's ace through 10 for each of those elements, and then they each have a court card system. So usually it's a page, a knight, a queen, and a king for each element, basically. And so that's the minor arcana, and in many ways it's way more elemental, I would say. It has a lot to do with the elements. I would say in a lot of ways too, it's a little objective, more so than the major arcana. The major arcana is composed of 22 cards, 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 1 card corresponds with each letter. There's debate about that. Some people think that this was not how it broke down. There's 22 paths on the tree of life between the 10 Sephiroth. And so the major arcana corresponds with the tree in a lot of interesting ways. But the major arcana, in many ways, I would say, is way more about, spirit, essentially. So if we're dealing with the 4 elements of the minor, then we're dealing with the 5th element in the major arcana, right? And so it's way more cyclical. It's way more story-based. This is where a lot of people are at when it comes to the tarot. This is what they're attracted to as well, because this is where you have like the Fool card and the Devil card and the Tower card and things like that. So a lot of people gravitate towards the major arcana to learn it and study it, and then the minor cards tend to be a little more difficult for people to kind of wrap their head around. And I totally understand that too, because it's just you're dealing with kind of a different sort of ball game in a way. But these two systems make up the tarot as a whole. Have you studied the tarot at all or spent any time with them?
Well, I've taken out the cards and laid them out and tried to do my own little Fox tarot readings. But have I studied it? Not in the way that you have. I'm really curious about it, however, and personally, I find it to be a good thing, because most people listening aren't going to be experts on this stuff or really anything to do with the occult. Most people just, they need to be taught the basics. And for that reason, Mario, I was wondering if you might just be able to explain how a tarot reading works. Like, I don't know if that would take too long, but would that be possible?
I think so. I think what I could do is just explain how I tend to do it and sort of my perspective with everything. The thing I'll say that does make it a little tricky is that there's so many different styles of reading the tarot. There's, ways that are more intuitive. Some people rely on specific spreads. Some people have just different methods. And people are, in my opinion, you're kind of encouraged in a way to find your own sort of system. I believe that's part of how the tarot works and divination works in general. I think that there are sound methods to use, and there's things that you're supposed to, maybe there's certain kind of guidelines that are healthy to keep in place. Just like I mentioned earlier, I'd rather not read for people and forecast ahead, but I'd rather be in the present moment, or maybe help them reflect on something that they just went through. But I think divination, in a way, before I get to the tarot thing real quick, there's this woman, her name is, it's escaping me right now. She wrote a series of books based around Seth, and she was communicating Jane Austen, I believe is right. Someone in the chat might know who I'm talking about, but the reason why I bring her up is because I have a friend
not Jane Austen, but a different Jane Austen.
I'm totally blanking right now because I haven't thought about her actually in a while, but it doesn't matter. She was a medium essentially, and so she was a channel, and so she wrote a series of books, and she was communicating with a presence she called Seth. So like one of her books or a series of books is called the Seth Material, and it was really interesting. One of the things that I picked up though from her story is that she began using the Ouija board for channeling purposes, and she was getting in touch with things and she was communicating with things, and this was like back in the 70s if I'm not mistaken. And so she was doing this, and after a while she realized that she no longer needed the Ouija board. She no longer needed a tool to interface with spirit essentially. And so she did away with the Ouija board, and then she just started channeling just by herself. Seth speaks. Yep. And so to me, that's interesting in that she realized that the tool of the Ouija board was just an interface or a bridge between her and spirit, and that actually you can work yourself up to the point to not needing that sort of tool or device to do divination.
That I can confirm that. I did briefly get into a little bit of channeling a few years back, and almost exactly the same thing happened to me. After a certain point, it was just like stream of thought coming through that I was able to discern against my own head junk, so to speak. And I think that a lot of our everyday thoughts are something similar, but we probably just kind of tune it out, or we just think it's our subconscious or something like that. But this is fascinating, definitely. Seth speaks.
Yeah. And so to me, I think that is a really interesting way of just explaining, or at least showcasing, how this stuff can work. And so you don't necessarily need dice, you don't need cards, you don't need any of this stuff. And in a lot of ways, what these things do, you brought up the subconscious, a lot of these symbols in these cards, they kind of slip in under our consciousness, that there is a conscious representation. There's something that we're going to pick up from our conscious perspective, but there's things in the tarot that will kind of slip in under the radar, and this bypasses your consciousness, and so it gets to your subconscious, which to me now it's a whole conversation, but I just have to say that subconscious, I was recently reading that this label of subconscious is incorrect, that it might be a superconscious, that it's not underneath, but it's actually a more expanded part of who we are, and not necessarily kind of like hidden. It's kind of bigger than that. And so I just want to throw that out there. But how I do divination, so I generally, because I know most of my sort of people are online. They follow me online. They're looking at my work on my channel and things like that. And so it's usually conducted online. I like to use dice to pull the cards. So I have 3 dice with me when I'm doing a reading for somebody. And I like to shuffle the deck, divide it into 3 smaller stacks, roll the die, and then basically associate 1 die per stack. And then whatever the highest roll is the stack that I pull from the top down. And I have my own methodology with how I get into the reading and then how I kind of exit a reading as well. I have my own methodology with kind of shielding and grounding myself before a reading. That's something that I think is kind of important if you're going to be doing readings for people, is to just kind of protect yourself in that way. And essentially for me, because I'm all about the symbolism, I like to use every reading as a means to dive into the symbols of the cards. And so I tend to prefer to pull fewer cards than pull too many cards. There's some readers that like to pull 12, 15 cards, in a reading. And to me, I feel like you could go with far less. And so I'm way more simple that way. I'd much rather choose, if we're doing an hour-long reading, generally between 1 and 3 cards, I think will suffice. And we get into the symbolism. So what's the nature of fire? How does it relate to your will? How does it relate to actions? How does it relate to sacrifice and the sacrifice of time? How does it relate to devotion and service and passion and things like that? So the elements will speak to me, and I think it makes sense to really get into just the weeds with each card, the numerology, if that's appropriate, all of the things, what other cards relate to this card, the mythology and things like that. So it really depends on what comes up. And then to me, it's really about bridging the gap between these cards so that you're kind of completing a picture. And I like to go and give people practical advice on what I'm seeing here and how this relates to them. But then I like to go and get really far out too and talk about what this really means on kind of a more kind of cosmic level. And some people will integrate that pretty easily. Other people, they have to chew on that for a little while. And so I try and give them a lot of different angles with the reading. But I'll say that my philosophy these days too with the reading, in my opinion, it really has to do with the center of self. It has to do with who you actually are at the end of the day and sort of your core and your true authenticity and your unique perspective. I'm really all about that. To me, it's about your power and your sovereignty and all of that kind of stuff. And so I'm way more of a person who champions the individual. And I think that if we kind of all did that, I think the world would be a better place, personally. And so I'm way more trying to kind of peel back the layers of somebody's sort of situation and get to the heart of the matter, but then also talk about, their heart as well, because I think that everything generally runs through our emotional body. I think a lot of people are kind of, maybe emphasizing too much mental illness and things like that when we're actually dealing with emotional problems, not so much mental health, but emotional health. So I definitely come things from a emotional, heart-based sort of perspective, because that's really kind of the seat of your spiritual impulse, in my opinion.
Jin, are you there? Jin, the ninja, are you present?
I apologize. I was muted, but I am here. And great show, guys. Hey, Dan, and hey, Mario. Mario, you and I have never met, but I've always respected you, and your work is like impeccable, incredible. I follow you on Instagram as well. It's like your videos are just extremely thorough, amazing, incredible work. So great job.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No, you're most welcome. I thought it was really interesting that you use dice before you draw cards, because that is very uncommon, I would say, from among like our circle. I'm not trying to say that I'm on your level, but just in our general like Twitter sphere circle or Instagram circle, just more esoteric and occult people. It just they tend to really focus more on the superficialities of magic or superficialities of symbolism, and I know that you're much more learned and much deeper, and you really try and push people into a deeper, more theoretical and more conceptual understanding, and not like grasping at like the minutia. Like people get very stuck on like the outer meanings. You really do try and do it in a very narrative way, and I think that's so great. And I really do try and do that myself, but I'm not quite there, but I'm working on it. So I just want to say that it's very impressive, everything that you do and everything that you've explained tonight. I'm very interested in like this kind of refining the methods, so it's not so yes, you're drawing from traditional ideas, but you're also not stuck in them. You're able to innovate your own sort of path. And I wanted to just ask you as my question, what are some techniques you would give to people who are listening that are grounding and protective? Because I think that's what people lack the most, in my opinion.
That's a really great question. Yeah, so right now, I just have to say where I currently am at with everything, and I feel like I'm almost biased in a certain way at this point because of the material that I'm reading. And so it could be recency bias, how that kind of works. You just recently read a book, and so you almost like are looking at the whole entire world and you're filtering it through what you just read and everything else. To me, the symbolism having to do with the center is really kind of a game changer for me. It's changing my perspective on symbolism a little bit. It's giving me a more holistic sort of foundation. I already brought up the center a couple of different times, but I think that the wheel is a really good sort of symbolic representation of what I'm talking about. And so, as an example, a wheel, everybody just, envision a wheel in your mind's eye, and every wheel has an axle, right? And so every wheel spins around the central axis. The circumference of the wheel is the outer part of the wheel. The inner part of the wheel would be symbolic of unity, and the outer edges of the wheel would be symbolic of multiplicity. And so if someone is sort of going around their hamster wheel, right, just going through the motions of life, or if they're kind of in the rat race or whatever, and they're just kind of going through the motions, right? So going through this cycle, and you're going to get up and you're going to go to sleep and you're going to do these different things, throughout your day in life. These are all cycles, right? And so everything that we kind of experience here, it's wheels within wheels within wheels. It's cycles within cycles. Sometimes it's referred to as like spheres within spheres. But whether you're talking about a sphere or whether you're talking about the wheel, that center point of the wheel is actually considered to be many, many, many things. But it's a point of transcendence, but it's also, right, a point of pivot. So symbolically, when you get into wheel symbolism, all of our chakras, by the way, are wheels, right? That's what chakra means. And so the center part of the wheel is considered to be the immutable point. It's the point of stillness. And so this would be symbolically the center of any system. It doesn't really matter. And so when you look in the heavens, as an example, all of the stars, excluding the wandering stars, so all of the stars revolve around one central star, and that's Polaris, or the pole star. The pole essentially is emblematic of the axle. So the pole from the pole star Polaris to the North Pole is called the is called the world axis. And so it's the point of pivot for the heavens. This is where you want to be. You want to be in the center of the wheel. And so sometimes it's been referred to this central location as the location of the unmoved mover, right? I'm realizing that a lot of kings and lords, they identified themselves basically with the center point in that wheel, that they want to move the wheel. Buddha was compared to this as well, that they are the unmoved mover, that they are moving the wheel symbolically. They're looking at everything kind of going around them, but they themselves are still. They are at that central axis, and that central axis, again, is a point of transition. This is the symbolic sort of representation of the center of the wheel of heaven, Polaris, the pole star. And so to me, this central point is the point of stability. This is the point of equilibrium. This is the point of balance as well. And so it's been said so many times, but know thyself and you'll know the universe. It's because that center point is what bridges the gap between the above and the below, between the heavens and between earth. And so you can't break out of the wheel. You're not going to break out of that system. You're not going to break out of those cycles. If anything, what you can do is be at that middle point in the middle, and those cycles revolve around you. So if there is any kind of breaking out, you break out by going in, basically. Yes, Earth is the crossroads, 100%. This is Middle Earth, basically. So I'm all about the middle path, the middle point, the central point, the still point within. And there's a relationship, in my opinion, symbolically, between the center of the cosmos, the center of Earth, and then also the center of self. And so to me, everything to me is just drawing my attention and my focus to the center of self. And as I continue to do that, I'm finding that I'm more at peace, and this is more about being in the present moment instead of going around in cycles, and if you pay attention to the media too closely, if you're just, always scrolling and stuff, your mind's going to be all over the place, but it's not going to be stilled, and it's not going to be sort of in the middle. And so what I actually think the major arcana is the Fool card. the famous Fool card that most people probably know is the Rider-Waite version. And so the Fool is descending a mountain. And so what he's actually doing is he's descending the central mountain, which would be Mount Meru, in some lore. There's other ideas related to a polar mountain, the mountain in the middle of Earth. The world mountain is a very similar sort of metaphor. But he is leaving the central point, and he is coming down the mountain, and he's about to go on another cycle, which is the Major Arcana, right? But he's going to return back to that mountain, essentially. And so so hopefully that's helpful, and hopefully that makes sense. But this relates to pole symbolism too, which I'm really, really interested in. But the nature of the pole, the nature of the staff, right? So when I say pole, I mean staff, I mean scepter, I mean wand, I mean world tree as well. And the world tree, or all trees, they're rooted into the earth, right? So staff symbolism and pole symbolism in many ways relates to grounding as well, right? And we are all symbolically related to the pole. We're called people, pole. We're people of the pole, basically. Our spines are poles. We're walking poles, and that is to say that we have a connection with the heavens and we have a connection with Earth. And in fact, we are the mediators between the two. We are the bridge between the above and the below.
Jonah, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
All right. Did you have I believe you had a question for Mario?
Actually, I had a couple, but he saw the first one, right, Mario? So I'll get you if you want to respond to that. And then I have another one that I wrote down so I won't brain fart and forget it.
Well, I'll go ahead and read it real quick because a lot of people aren't going to be watching the show, nor can they see the private chat. So
Okay.
I believe this was the one. Also, because I may end up dropping off shortly since I am without residence does Mario ever just run the same prompt through an AI image generator for the secrets that are revealed through the symbols?
Oh, no, that's not the one, but that's a good one, too. I was going to ask about the Ursa Major and Ursa Minor and then whether they align with the Minor and Major Arcana.
Yeah, I'd love to answer that one, actually, if you don't mind.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. That's really interesting. I've never thought about that in terms of major and minor, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor correlating with the different parts of the tarot. So I would have to chew on that. I'd have to think about that. But what I want to expand on a bit is essentially this three-tiered symbolic age, the three symbolic ages, rather. And I'll get into why Ursa Major and Minor are related and how it is in the tarot. And most people don't realize that. But these three ages that I refer to, the current solar age, which was preceded by a lunar age, which was preceded by a stellar or polar or primordial age. As I said, there's different ways of calling it, or the northern age. I think you can call it that too. All three of these ages are actually in the tarot, in the Major Arcana. So you have the star card, followed by the moon card, followed by the sun card. So this is the 17th card, the 18th card, and the 19th card of the Major Arcana. You'll notice that the sun card is generally the only card in the Major Arcana that will have a child on it. And so in most new tarot decks, you're going to see a child holding a pole with a flag, and he's riding a horse. There's usually a brick wall behind him. There's usually sunflowers behind him too. In the older versions of the card, you usually have like two children in front of a brick wall. But the reason why you have a child on the sun card is because the sun is considered more of a newer deity. And so this is the big thing that I feel like I've learned over the years, is that there is a hierarchy between gods, between new gods and old gods. So like a celebrity that gets popular overnight, symbolically, they're kind of like a new god versus, say, really ancient old primordial gods. And this is a lot of what deities represent, is how new or how old they actually are. Lovecraft, as an example, I went down a whole gigantic Lovecraft weave, and he liked to talk about these really ancient old primordial gods. What some authors have suggested, including some Necronomicon books, is that he was referencing the northern gods. He was referencing a northern sort of tradition, a primordial tradition, referencing this early age. So in the sun card, you have generally a child because he is the newest god, right? And then before that, you have the moon card. The moon was the sort of timekeeper for a very long time. And the sun right now is a timekeeper as well. But there was an earlier timekeeper. There was an earlier sky clock. Each one of these ages corresponds with a different type of time: solar time, lunar time, and then stellar time. And so most people focus on the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun. This is where you're going to find the signs of astrology, right? Whether you go by a 12 sign system or 13 sign system, which is very interesting too. In Ophiuchus, there's a ton to get into with Ophiuchus, but we're dealing with different sky clocks, basically. The ecliptic and the 7 planets as kind of being the main sky clock that people pay attention to now. Beforehand, it was the moon, but before that, it was actually Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, that this was the primitive sky clock, the 7 stars of Ursa Major and the 7 stars of Ursa Minor. The end of the handle of Ursa Minor is actually the pole star itself. So what has happened is Primordial Man, early people, and I would say that during the last great golden age that this was probably the case, people were more so focused on the northern sky. These are the circumpolar constellations, right? A lot of different cultures have this idea that there's a stairway to heaven or that there's a bridge to heaven. This is, in many ways, symbolic of a northern stairway. This would be Jacob's Ladder. If people want to read a good book on this, Peter Levenda, who your audience might know who he is, but he wrote a book called Stairway to Heaven, and he gets into this in such an amazing way. He talks about, you open the book and you literally see Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. That's like the first graphic that he has in his book. And he's talking about all of these different traditions, different ascension traditions and ascension texts, where people make a correspondence that when you ascend, which that's a whole conversation too, the legitimacy of that and everything else, but that you go to the north, essentially, right? And so early man, their primitive sky clock was looking at Ursa Major and Ursa Minor going counterclockwise around the pole star. Most clocks that we have today, the classic clock that you're going to see like in every single classroom, right? There's 12 numbers. The number 12 is a solar number, right? Like through and through. And so the 12 disciples of Christ, the 12 signs of astrology, which is basically a solar-based system. And then you have the hands of the clock going around in a clockwise direction. Clockwise rotation is a solar rotation, which is more expansive. Counterclockwise is actually more contractive and considered to be a polar rotation, just like the circumpolar constellations, Ursa Major and Minor, going around the pole star. And so that's what I wanted to say, is that there is an early sky clock. It had to do with the northern sky. And this is why the star card that's emblematic of this early tradition, the primordial or stellar tradition, generally you see a large star with 7 stars around it, because Ursa Major was the original 7 stars of enlightenment. This was during the polar age. As things became more solarized, this actually shifted. And now I would say what happened, and I've read this from a number of authors at this point, it's very interesting, but in this polar to solar shift, the symbolism that was originally attached to Ursa Major got shifted to the Pleiades. That's in the Taurus constellation, or just above Taurus, the 7 sisters, right? And so that kind of became the new 7 stars of enlightenment. But the original 7 stars were Ursa Major, in my opinion.
Let's see. Jonah, did you have another question?
Yeah, I had a follow up on that, and it's kind of great because Mario, I slided things to you there. But I recently sent you the cube, and I sent you the runes, the tight runes. That's right. Yeah. Last time I was here on End of Days, I just showed Dan that the very oldest cube there. Now, my question for you is, do you find any commonalities or complete oppositions between like the runic Yggdrasil tree versus the tree of life Kabbalah?
Definitely different systems, right? There's they interface in sort of a different way, but at the end of the day, they're both world trees, in my opinion. And when you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, right, there's 3 pillars. There's one pillar on the left, one pillar on the right, and then there's the central sort of pillar, central line. Generally, most people can agree, these 2 side pillars, this would be Boaz and Jachin of like Freemasonry. What you normally see, right, is that when those are depicted in Freemasonic tracing boards and things, that one of the pillars will have a sun on it and the other pillar will have a moon on it. So one is solar and the other one is lunar. Well, what's to say then about the middle pillar? It's actually polar, or it's actually stellar. And so you'll notice that the central pillar extends above and below the other 2 side pillars, because that central pillar is emblematic of the world axis, basically. And so whenever you see those 2 pillars, there's a implied third pillar, which is the middle way or the middle path, and it's referencing basically what I'm talking about. It's polar symbolism. It's polar axis symbolism. And actually, it's fascinating, man. In Freemasonry, too, there's a number of tracing boards that I've come across where they will show the central pillar, and there's a ladder, Jacob's ladder, that's going right across it, because this is referencing that stairway to heaven concept that I was referring to. It's not uncommon for that central pillar, too, if it's being shown, to have an eye on it. Polaris, the pole star,
I've seen that. I've definitely seen that.
I made a whole video called Illuminati Symbolism, and I break down how the Eye of Providence is essentially an old polar symbol, basically. And the other thing I was going to say is that there are tracing boards where they will show the solar pillar closest to you. Just behind that, they show you the lunar pillar. And then just behind that, they show you the pillar with the eye on it. And so to me, it's very interesting that they would do this, because it's exactly what I'm saying regarding the 3 ages. The solar age being more recent, the lunar age being older, and then the stellar primordial northern polar age being the oldest. And there's Freemasonic references to the pole star and to the world axis and everything else. The plumb line in Freemasonry, that is a world axis symbol, basically. And then also there are lodges that have a big star in the middle of their ceiling of their lodge, right? And when you are in a lodge, there's a micro-macro dynamic going on, basically, that when you are entering a temple or a sacred space, generally the symbolism is that you are trying to mirror the cosmos. You're trying to mirror the house of God, essentially. So you're trying to take the macro and bring it into the micro. So then when you're in the lodge and you're actually performing your rituals and everything else, you are essentially doing it in the center of the cosmos. You're doing it in the center of the heavens, pretty much. And so that lodge that I'm thinking of, it's in London. I've posted pictures of it before, but they have a gigantic big star on their ceiling, and they publicly acknowledge this as the pole star, as the North Star, and they have a ladder going directly to it. Most people, when they see a big star, they tend to associate it with Sirius, and there's a serious relationship with the northern sky as well. It's probably too much to get into, a very esoteric relationship that I've read about. But the pole star, the northern star, that's the central star. That's the true central star. You know, following your true north, or when people say that they have a guiding star, a North Star now, that means that they have a focus. That means that they now have a center, essentially, which is going to bring you whatever you consider your guiding star or North Star to be. That's going to bring you to your center, more than likely.
Yeah. Now here's one last one, because I'm without residence currently, so I'll probably be dropping off. I got to record with Rave tonight, but now here's the interesting thing. When we went back to Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, right? You got the water bearer and the pouring of the cups with Draco, right? Well, I'm counting Draconis is 322.93 light years from the planet, they say. Any significance in those numbers to you?
Right. I mean, obviously, there's always the thing. I'll just say personally, when it comes to numerology with this kind of stuff, it goes on and on and on and on and on. You know what I mean? Like there's you could do gematria or you can do numerology on so many different things that you can find all sorts of information encoded with anything. It's 504 right now on, you know, whatever date it is. So yeah, I see where you're going with that. But yeah, they probably encode all sorts of stuff when they're making these references for sure.
Alrighty. Thank you, Jonah. Excellent questions. Just wanted to give him time to talk before his phone totally runs out. But Mario, I did want to get into this whole world tree thing a little bit. Like we seem to see this symbolism pretty much everywhere. One really occurrence that sticks out of my mind would be playing the game. What's it called? Warcraft 3, where the world tree plays a pivotal role in the entire story. I've also seen it in Dragon Ball Z, I believe. I'm not sure which movie it was, but in one of them, the world tree is just a real important fixture of the plot. Those are just two examples, but it just goes on and on. I'm sure there's more examples than I could even list. But what's going on there, Mario? Was there really a world tree at some point, like a giant tree somewhere? I see some of these videos with the giant trees cut down. Like, I'm sure you've seen them like out in the ocean. You'll see like it looks like a mountain with the top chopped off, and people say, "Oh, those are old petrified trees." I wonder if that's what the world tree was, like a giant tree that was just like its roots extended all throughout the earth.
Right. Yeah, it's a great question, man. I love tree symbolism. I love everything related to the world tree. So thank you for asking. I've done presentations on this. If people want to hear my more expanded take, I did a live stream called The Cosmic Tree. It's on my live tab. And so I get into tree symbolism and what that's all about. I also just want to throw in the mix Avatar too, right? They have their own world tree, the Na'vi, and then Elden Ring too. There's a huge world tree. I've never played it, but I've seen people play it, and there's always this huge, gigantic, like golden world tree in the distance. So, the world tree is it's just to put it plainly, it's another world axis symbol from what I gather. And so every plant essentially that has this very basic framework of roots, a stem, and then branches or a flower. They all are representing basically little bridges to the heavens is pretty much what I've come to the conclusion of and what I've read symbolically. And so you have Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Same sort of idea is that he has these magic beans, he plants them, the beans sprout and shoot up to the heavens, and then he literally uses the beanstalk to go up to the heavens. And so every tree is emblematic of the same thing. And
well, with the Jack and the Beanstalk, not only do we have the world tree in there, but we have a cannibalistic giant. That's kind of
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally, 100%. And so, so what I've come to gather is that in this earlier age that I'm referring to, and I'll just call it the primordial tradition. This is what one of my favorite authors that I'm reading right now, Rene Guénon, that's what he generally refers to this age as, is the primordial tradition. In the early primordial tradition of man, things were more holistic, right? I think people can see that in today's world, things are off-centered. People are ungrounded. There's people with a lot of emotional and mental health issues and things like that. And so in a lot of ways, people have lost their way, or what I tend to say is that people are giving away their pole. You know, holding a staff or holding a pole, it's like holding your power. It's like holding your strength. It's holding your sort of uniqueness in many ways intact, right? And so Primordial Man, their sort of basic framework, when they were looking at the heavens as an example, they saw that central star, which is Polaris, and all of the stars circumambulating around it, going around it counterclockwise. And so they saw a relationship with what's going on up there and then what's going on down here. So there's a lot of rituals that are still intact today where people circumambulate a central totem. And so there's native indigenous dances around a central fire, as an example. The swastika is a symbol of Ursa Major going around the pole star. If you look at Ursa Major and you take a snapshot once every, I guess it would be 3 months, then you would see Ursa Major at a different sort of degree, a different angle around the pole star. So to me, the swastika is a northern symbol, basically. And many people have acknowledged it that way over the years. Modern man, kind of, it gets lost on them. A lot of people associate it with the sun. I don't really see it that way personally. But you go to Mecca as an example, and people are on their pilgrimage. What do? They go to Mecca and they go around that central cube 7 times. They walk around it, circumambulate around it. So circumambulation is an old, primitive, ancient ritual that people have done for a very, very, very long time. But the most important part is that there's a central point of pivot. So there's a central totem. You know, the maypole ceremony is the exact same thing. There's a central pole. This is symbolic of the world axis, that bridge between the above and the below. And then they go around it and they wrap ribbons around it. And it's a whole entire thing. So having a central totem is very, very old and very, very important. For a lot of cultures, they would have a central totem in the middle of their village or in the middle of their kingdom, right? In the middle of their region. It was a lot of times a stone, like a standing stone, but sometimes it was a tree, and that this was their world tree, basically. And they would have any number of different rituals related to this tree. So like burying their ancestors, their ashes, the ancestors' ashes into the roots of the world tree. And there's a whole entire system based around that. And so the world tree is symbolic of the central point of pivot that everything seemingly revolves around. And it doesn't matter if you are into the spherical ball earth or you're into flat earth or another type of ancient cosmology, you have to acknowledge that central point. And what the ancients saw was that this central point was the point of transcendence between these different spheres of reality, between these different layers of reality. And so that tree is symbolic of that, basically. Every tree is symbolic of that. And so in a way, symbolically, you know, I'm looking at a little flame right here with a candle, right? There is this flame with this particular candle, but kind of on a metaphysical, spiritual, symbolic level, this is every fire that's ever existed. There's never been another fire, you know? So this gets into concepts related to like the all mother or like all fire. Every mother is symbolic of the all mother. Every father is symbolic of the all father, you know? So every mother is Isis, as an example. You know what I mean? And so all of the gods and demons are within us. You know, they're expressions of who we are, what we're capable of, and things like that. That's my opinion. And that's how I generally see it. But that tree is symbolic of that central totem that everything revolves around, right? So that's why the world tree, it's one of the more sort of universal symbols out there, right? Because it represents that central point that gives stability. It gives a focus to the community. It gives them something to fight for. I have a great book by this guy named John Michel, and he called it At the Center of the World. And he really gets into this dynamic about that central tree meaning everything to people back in the day, right? And so they would have their sort of myths based on this tree, you know. So the Garden of Eden, there's tree symbolism that are very, very potent in the Garden of Eden, but they represent this central tree, this sort of tree that relates to paradise or utopia. The reason why it's related to that is because it represents unity, because it represents the center, not unlike the center of a wheel, like I was kind of referring to earlier, you know. So the world tree to me means so many different things, but at the end of the day, it represents that point of pivot for people. And I think it's an appropriate symbol to kind of relay what we do live within. We live in a gigantic sort of tree-like structure. I think we live in a gigantic nested toroidal structure, essentially. So that means that if there's torus fields within torus fields, it doesn't matter if you're at the most expanded torus field or in the sort of most condensed one. They all share the same central point, which is called the hyperbola. And I'll also say, because somebody brought it up in the chat, I do think we live in Middle Earth. I think that there's outer lands and inner lands, and that we're somewhere in between, basically. And that's kind of the most accurate map I can actually give.
Excellent. Geo, are you there, buddy?
I am here, Daniel. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask that interesting question that you put in the chat there.
Yeah, Mario, what's your take on non-dualism?
You know, that's so funny you asked that, because this is like everything that I'm like reading right now about, you know, and trying to get to a unified place essentially with everything. And so I feel like for me, I have more to learn than to actually say sort of about it right now. Besides that, you know, when you look at everything, I see a yin and I see a yang, you know, but I don't know if I said this on tonight's show, but you know, the idea, what I'm learning too, is that you want to find the yin within the yang and the yang within the yin. In the tarot, you see this all the time. It's so funny when you start looking at the cards and looking at the astrological correspondences and things. You start seeing in cards that you would think would be very masculine, you start seeing a lot of feminine sort of symbolism, you know. So I'm trying to get to the point where I see the reconciliation of opposites, right? And I'm at the place kind of in the center that is more unified, that true sort of middle path, you know. But my humanness sees the black and white, and it sees the polarity in things, and it sees kind of the dualistic nature of seemingly kind of everything here, the night and the day side of it. So yeah, those are a few thoughts off the top of my head. What do you think about non-dualism? And am I getting close to even kind of what you're referring to? Because I feel like in some ways, too, this has been a traditional topic that I've struggled with for a few different reasons.
Absolutely, and I feel I may have some beneficial information for you on top of that.
Please.
And this even ties into the world tree. If you notice the avatar picture I'm using right now, it's a plant from Africa known as iboga, which is used primarily in treating addictions. But at the same time, it has a way of defragmenting one's own genetic memory while allowing you to see both the spiritual side of things as well as the scientific biologic side of things and the interlinkages between the two, which would be very beneficial for you in what you're looking to understand and discover here.
Excellent. Right on. Yeah, I've definitely heard about it.
It also seems, and I've been working with it now for 12 years in very large capacity with a number of people to treat practically every medical condition you can possibly throw at it. I've seen nothing but positive results, even elderly people with diabetes who now look younger and are able to walk better after their neuropathy had them basically falling every couple of days for years on end.
I want some of that. This sounds like something that would be good for me.
Google iboga world. It's not hard to find. I do have reason to believe, and I don't expect anyone to believe me on this, but I feel that it might actually be the inspiration for what some describe as the scroll of 7 seals with writing on both sides. And the seals themselves are locks within one's own genetic code. And the writing on both sides would be the description of the spirit as well as the biologic. An example I can give you is a description it revealed to me of the virgin birth. Are you familiar with mitochondrial Eve?
No, I don't think so.
If you go back, I believe, about 15,000 years, we all trace back to one common female ancestor they've called mitochondrial Eve. They've been able to trace the genes back to that. Now, Mary herself was likely a genetic repository of all peoples of the time, which allowed for the ability for parthenogenesis based on a sort of unlocking given to her through the words of the messenger, angel Gabriel. And that's pretty much the long and the short of it.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm interested. And actually, this topic to me is always fascinating. And I see a lot of Virgo symbolism, kind of in the mix. Virgo being
absolutely. I'm a Leo raised by a Virgo.
Well, I wanted to get this question in as well that you asked George. What about Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the world tree being cut down in the book of Daniel? Any thoughts on that, Mario?
I do have some thoughts on that. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not super familiar with that specific myth, but symbolically, I've read about other examples of what's going on here. What I tend to perceive, that my first sort of initial take is that when you see a tree being cut down, this kind of represents, well, I would say a symbol that interfaces with this actually is the broken pillar. And so you'll see the broken pillar in some Freemasonic illustrations too. Oftentimes it's associated, funny enough, with the Weeping Virgin with Virgo. And so oftentimes you'll see Virgo, and she's usually holding like a sprig of acacia, and then Saturn is behind her, and Saturn is usually untangling her hair. And so what I found about broken pillar symbolism and broken tree symbolism, it really is it's more of a feminine sort of symbol. It's like the phallic being diffused. It's like the phallus being diffused. It's like the phallus kind of coming down. I would say another symbol that is pretty much a parallel to this too would be the tower card, right? And so the tower being a phallic sort of symbol, the tower also representing that central totem in so many different ways, and then it being struck down and kind of coming down. So, you know, a lot of people talk about order ab chaos, order out of chaos. There's a lot to be said about that. This would be the reverse of that. This would be chaos out of order, essentially. That sort of central structure, that world tree, that pillar or that tower representing sort of the phallus and the masculine, and that pole that bridges the gap between heaven and earth, when it comes down, it's a very chaotic sort of ordeal, and it's preventing you from that sort of ascension, from bridging that gap between the above and the below. That's how I personally perceive it.
The only thing I would add to that is it seems it's not so much chaos out of order, but it's order out of chaos that eventually devolves into entropy, which circles back around to chaos, and it's a triune of cyclic events in that regard.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that.
I actually have the passage pulled up here with the Nebuchadnezzar's tree dream. If you guys would be willing to have me read it out, it might be a little more informative that way.
Oh, sure.
Okay. It's Nebuchadnezzar's dream about a tree, Daniel chapter 4. I'm kind of skipping through it to get to the main meat here, but while I was lying in my bed, this is what I dreamed. I saw a large tree in the middle of the earth. The tree grew very tall and strong, reaching high into the heavens for all the world to see. It had fresh green leaves, and it was loaded with fruit for all to eat. Wild animals lived in its shade, and birds nested in its branches. All the world was fed from this tree. Then, as I lay there dreaming, I saw a messenger, a holy one, coming down from heaven. The messenger shouted, "Cut down the tree and lop off its branches. Shake off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Chase the wild animals from its shade and the birds from its branches, but leave the stump and the roots in the ground, bound with a band of iron and bronze and surrounded by tender grass. Now let him be drenched with the dew of heaven, and let him live with the wild animals among the plants of the field for 7 periods of time. Let him have the mind of a wild animal instead of the mind of a human. For this has been decreed by the messengers. It is commanded by the holy ones, so that everyone may know that the Most High rules over the kingdoms of the world. He gives them to anyone he chooses, even the lowliest of people." And that's pretty much it.
Nice. That's loaded, dude. I love that.
That does make me think about the potential devolution of man over time, where, you know, we're at the point we are at now, but if things just continually go downhill from here, we could essentially, end up back as animals.
Exactly. You're 100% right. And that was something else that I wanted to mention, is that what I definitely think of too is that when people refer to as a pole shift, people tend to think of, earthly catastrophes and things like that. This was more of a common sort of thing, I think, in like the 80s and 90s, this pole shift sort of idea. I've changed my perspective. I think potentially what it could refer to is this shifting in focus. The shift in focus from what I was saying, the northern sky, which is basically symbolic of the center of this space, the center of what we live within, and people were more concerned with that back in the day. And then when people's attention started becoming focused on the moon and then focused on the sun, this symbolically is a pole shift. And so there was a migration away from a northern sort of understanding and a northern sort of perspective, right? And there's a number of myths that kind of get into this. I would say that the Tower of Babel is kind of an interface for what we're talking about here. The Tower of Babel was being built after the first flood, or the Great Flood, and this was the first civilization post-flood. Everyone was unified. They were building this tower. There's different accounts of this tower having 7 main sort of tiers, just like the ziggurats. We're talking about the number 7 here in that passage. It seems like the number 7 has always been related to, it means so many different things, but it's like a clear sort of cycle of transition of 7 different layers, 7 different steps to get to someplace else. There's alchemical processes that make use of 7 different steps. This is like Azoth alchemy. I have a presentation called 7 Gates to the Great Beyond. This used to be related to like the 7 planets that you have to ascend through 7 different layers or pierce 7 different veils before you get to the other side, essentially. And we have 7 days of the week and all this other stuff, right? So septenary symbolism is definitely at play. But the tower being struck down at a certain point, and then when that tower came down, everyone that was working on the tower had different languages, and so they were speaking in Babel to each other because they couldn't understand each other, and so they were once unified at this tower, this central axis sort of symbol, and then after it came down, they all had to spread, across the earth because they couldn't understand each other to start different sort of civilizations and things like that. So so that's something that I'm kind of seeing, is that I think that this might be symbolic of man's focus towards this central sort of point, and then shifting over time. That is the pole shift. And as we shifted in that way, we've also shifted outside of self. We've shifted away from the center of self, and we've shifted away from like local sort of ideas and things that relate to like, your people and your place and your maybe central tree. And now you're concerned with, everything that's kind of happening, all over the world and things like that. So it's a whole entire shift in perspective as well, is what I'm trying to say.
Clint, Third World Assassin, how's it going?
Oh, not bad. I just had a couple of questions. One is, I just got to read couple lines from Revelations just to give an example. Give an example and ask if you found similar things. But chapter 12, verse 1 of Revelations, and there was a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed in the sun, and under her moon, her feet, and under and the moon under her feet. And on the tarot card number 2, she's got a sun symbol on her chest, the cross, and then the moon's under her feet. And the next verse is and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And then the next card, number 3, she's got 12 stars on her head. Have you ever noticed any like tarot Bible connections similar to this, or?
Oh yeah, man. There's so many. It's amazing. Yeah. The Bible is something that I feel like I haven't really given its due diligence, to be honest with you. I think I kind of gravitated away from wanting to know because of my upbringing. Not like anything traumatic or bad happened, but I just didn't identify with it when I was younger. But the older I get and the more I hear about connections like this, the more I'm interested in. And over the years, I've come across so many different parallels between what's in the tarot and what's in the Bible. I've interviewed essentially Bible scholars and talked to them about the tarot and how some of these things relate. So yeah, that's a thread that you can pull at probably the rest of your life, because there's so many correspondences. And what I'll say about the high priestess is that notice that she is the middle pillar. She is the middle way. She is the middle path. And Northern symbolism, world axis symbolism, the transcendental central pillar in between the two other pillars is very masculine in one way. The northern sky has been referred to as the throne of God. I have a friend who got really into symbolism many years before I did. He's probably like 20 years or so older than me. And I remember him telling me years ago, he said that the supreme deity for most cultures is a northern deity. And they may not realize that, but that's what all the implications are kind of showing. And when he told me that, it resonated with what I already knew with everything. But what I'm finding out is that there are just as much or just as many symbols associated with the North on the feminine side of things as well. That there is a great goddess that has associated with the northern sky. And it reminds me very much of the Virgin Mary sometimes being called Stella Maris. And so Stella Maris means the star of the sea. And so when she's called the star of the sea, they say that she's supposed to be the guiding star for Christ. And this interfaces with the star card that I brought up earlier. But this star of the sea, Stella Maris title, can only refer to one star. And it's the central star. It's the pole star. It's the North Star. And so there's a whole weave between the Virgin Mary being related to the northern sky. And I've done a presentation on it. I've done videos on it. and things like that. But she represents that sort of middle way, that middle path as well. As pretty much I'm seeing that so many things do, so many things kind of go back to that. But when you see the high priestess, it's like they're making it very clear, right? So one pillar, once again, Boaz, the other one Jacqueline, one of them being solar, the other one being lunar. So what's to say about the middle pillar? And I'm telling you, you know what it's about. It goes back to this earlier sort of tradition. It transcends solar and lunar, you know. And I would say in many ways too, what we're dealing with here is that the pole star is really the true feminine luminary in the sky. It's the most primordial, ancient feminine luminary in the sky. Most people think we're just dealing with the sun and the moon, but there's something that precedes all of this, according to my research. And so when she's sitting right there in the middle, I think that's kind of what you're talking about there. But she also associates with the moon too. So obviously, you know, any one goddess or god, it's hard to say they're only exclusively this, and then that's it, and then kind of end of story, you know. So
that's interesting. You say that the Polaris star is associated with the water, the sea, and that it seems like the other star might have been Sirius, that was associated with matter, and that in the mystery schools they teach the unification of two female deities with the male deity Mater and Water, and that Mater is Latin for mother, and that that the male deity would be Pater or Pater, but it seems like a lot of the ancient peoples, they attributed certain qualities of the world, basically, like you know, it's interesting how they associate certain elements or so on with different stars or planets, and you know, like what is Mars, like iron or something, Sun is gold, Saturn's lead, the moon is silver. I did want to ask you though, the Fool card, have you ever thought that it was a fifth suit?
Oh, it represents that as well. Absolutely. The spirit.
Because there's other cards that are clearly fools in the tarot, and that I to the mystery schools, it's like it's like the uninitiated is the zero card, and that the it seems like I noticed this thing about Freemasonry where that some of the, I don't remember what book it was, but some of the meetings, they were, you know, like doing the meetings based on the tarot cards themselves, and it was very interesting. Like I don't remember, they always do like the meetings on the same day every year for the same, you know, like the initiations on the same day or whatnot. But
right, yeah,
I think
that makes sense.
Well, I think that the tarot might have been some kind of basically like an antique Bible, and that the Templars, who weren't assassins, aka Hashashim, I think they found something in the stables of Solomon during their archaeology, and that I think they brought the tarot back. It's interesting you mentioned the I Ching, because I think it is very similar to the I Ching, and that, but it's weird because do you think that the 22 major arcana are the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's debate on that. There's people who think that was a later sort of migration of ideas, but it makes a lot of sense. And when I look at the Hebrew letters, and when you start studying the Hebrew letters, and I don't know Hebrew, but I'm familiar with the letter correspondences and some of the esoteric stuff with that, it gives you a whole new layer of understanding with each card. You know, so if somebody gets really into tarot and they haven't looked at that yet, they should definitely look at that and look at the letter and what that represents. And each letter is a whole entire study too, because there's so much going on with each one. How many times it appears in the Torah, as an example, or the shape of the letter itself encodes a lot of stuff. There's different interpretations about the meaning, but generally they overlap, and there is like a consensus. So to me, at the very least, if it's a later migration, they were able to fit it together so that you can kind of maximize your relationship with the tarot, because it, like I said, it gives you a whole new wrinkle to understand the cards with.
Interesting. Yeah, the tarot is very. I can't remember what the etymology of the word tarot is. Do you? I'm pretty sure it was. Wasn't it something to do with like the dead, or usually a lot of the etymology is always linked to the afterlife, and then
Tartaria?
well, you know, I don't believe in Tartaria.
Oh, never mind.
Technically, one of my ancestors was in Tartaria, Captain John Smith. But anyways,
I have one thing regarding the etymology real quick, actually, about tarot. So what I hear as well is taro, Taurus, cow, bull, ox. The first Hebrew letter is aleph, which means ox. That is what associates with the Fool card. And then the last letter is tau or tav, which associates with the World card. And so you actually start the tarot with a bull reference, and then you end the tarot with another bull reference. And bull symbolism, cow symbolism, symbolism related to Taurus was like one of my first loves. Like that's one of the things I got really into years ago, was just decoding cow symbolism. It's very, very deep. It's very, very ancient. The cow is a part of many myths, origin myths for different cultures. And actually, it was a pivotal book for me at the time. I still recommend it for people if they've never read it, but Secret Teachings by Manly Hall. His first plate, when you actually get into the book part, is an image called A Group of World Religions. And when you study that, it's really interesting, because this is how he starts the whole entire book, is a group of world religions, this one image. And you start seeing cows everywhere once you start looking into it. And so there's Taurus up in the sky. There's the Apis bull of Egypt. There's Mithras slaying the bull down below. There's a bull breaking a what's known as the cosmic egg. There's the golden calf. There's another bull that represents Taurus, essentially. So the bull's kind of like all over the place. And what he gets into is that the bull is one of these unifying sort of symbols. And so there could be different ways of interpreting what's going on there, but the bull has.
There's also the bull of heaven from like
exactly.
Sumerian, Akkadian.
That's it. Yes, totally. Exactly. It's all over the place. And then I know part of your guys' chat later is going to be about the red heifer, you know, so there's stuff going on there as well. So as an animal, you know, it's been called the second mother of mankind for a very good reason. It tripped me out to see how the cow was being treated in India. I was there for a month. Like it's been like 10 years now. But the reverence that they have for the cow and what it's able to do, and it really got me thinking about how much the cow does provide, you know, milk, and then from there you get cheese and ghee and butter, and then, you know, it works the farm, and then you have the hide of the cow or bull, and then you get meat and everything else. So it's been referred to as a mother, you know, essentially. And Taurus relates to Venus. Taurus is ruled by Venus, which is a very feminine planet. So tarot, Toro, Tor, Taurus. I kind of see that connection as well, perhaps.
That makes a lot of sense, because, you know, like you were saying, and there's also like, I can think of like 4 or 5 different gods off the top of my head that are represented by the bull. And I've often wondered if there was some kind of tradition based around the bull where certain gods like fall into that role, and it has some kind of special meaning that was lost over time. Like Marduk, he was represented by a bull, and also Enlil, and then I think Shamash as well. Ptah, he's represented by a bull, and I'm sure there's many others as well I'm unaware of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
This Mayan book I've been reading mentioned that Ptah was a Mayan word, and that it linked it to this mammoth thing that was really interesting. But I had another question about these 2 cards and the relief above the door on Chartres Cathedral. If you'll notice, these 2 cards both have 4 astronomy signs in the corners.
Mm-hmm.
And that the first one's Aquarius, the second, the bird, is Scorpio, that due to the Egyptian zodiac. The third is Taurus, and the fourth is Leo.
Mm-hmm.
But see, on the Jesus motif on the chart's cathedral, the top two signs are in the same placement, but the bottom two are reversed. And that I think that, and normally this is also more vesica shaped, and that, you know, the vesica is like the great year symbol, but like I think that it's like an opposite sign, this card from the Jesus motif, based on the two being reversed, you know, because I think it's like a date and a date on a calendar, basically. I'm not sure what the date is, but I found other stuff that was similar, where this one Masonic this Masonic symbol of an arch with Cancer at the top, and then at the top it says strength, and then like the card, you know, what was it, number 7, I think?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, the Chariot card.
But the strength is also in this symbolism is Mars, and that when Mars, and it was some kind of Masonic reference to Jesus, but it was like Mars being at the 90-degree or perpendicular on the sky, on the horizon, was the summer solstice, and that Mars with Cancer behind it, and it was a really weird clue that I picked up on when I was reading the Masonic books, and it's definitely really an interesting thing, because I found it basically through some kind of pre-Rosicrucian book that doesn't seem to be linked to the modern Rosicrucian symbolism and so on, and like because I originally started reading about the tarot from the Golden Dawn books, and it seems like when you read the different books about the tarot, they have slightly different explanations on stuff, and it's
it
leads to weird places.
Right, that's for sure. Yeah, you might appreciate, I did a video called Cancer and the Royal Arch, where I get into Royal Arch Freemasonry and the symbolism behind that wedge, right? So you're talking about the arch, that wedge with the Cancer glyph, that's known as the keystone. And so sometimes that keystone is visible and present, and sometimes it's removed, sometimes it's off to the side. But it's interesting that the Cancer glyph is right there in the middle, representing that wedge. And there's different symbols that you can put in there as well. But there's this old idea that Cancer represents what's referred to as the gateway of man, and then Capricorn represents what's called the gateway of the gods. And so symbolically, man comes through Cancer and then exits through Capricorn. And so if you see my presentation, or my little video that I made on it, it'll make a bit of sense. And then, as you mentioned too, you mentioned the 7th card of the Major Arcana. That is the Chariot card. The Chariot card corresponds with Cancer, and it's not uncommon. In fact, it's tradition for the charioteer in the chariot to have a canopy over him. And the Hebrew letter that associates with the Chariot card is Cheth. And if I'm not mistaken, sometimes you will see Cheth in that wedge as well, or a word that has Cheth in it. But Cheth means fence, and it means enclosure. And so I see it as a representation of the firmament itself. So the charioteer within the chariot, generally the tradition is that he's surrounded by 4 posts or poles, which represent the 4 sort of pillars of heaven, holding up the vault of heaven, holding up the firmament. And in the Rider-Waite version, which is what you're showing, he has a star on his head. And so he has a star on his head, and he's in between these 4 posts, underneath the vault of heaven. That star is the central star. It's Polaris. And so there's a huge connection with the northern sky and Cancer. To kind of cut to the chase with a lot of things too, what I'm seeing is that all of the cards relate to the northern sky. All of the astrological signs associate with the northern sky. I've read from 2 or 3 different authors at this point the same sort of conclusion, and the conclusion was that the primordial sky clock, as I mentioned, was in the northern sky, but then it shifted to the ecliptic when people became more solar in nature and people's solar perspective kind of took hold. And so this author named John Major Jenkins, he wrote a book called Galactic Alignment. And in his book, he says that the ancient Chinese people had a northern zodiac, and that their zodiac sky clock was in the northern sky where Ursa Major and Minor are, and that they had 8 constellations around that central star. And he said that these 8 constellations corresponded with the 8 trigrams of the I Ching. According to his work, he said they developed the I Ching around 5,000 years ago. I'm really hesitant to throw out dates about anything because I think that we live in a very wacky place, and I can't rely on dates for anything personally. And I think that our time has kind of been messed with, quite a bit. And in many ways, too, these things are very arbitrary. But he said that those 8 constellations in the northern sky associated with the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, and when China became more solar, those 8 constellations shifted to the path of the sun, the ecliptic, and then they added 4 more constellations, making it 12 constellations, making a modern zodiac wheel, essentially. And so Rene Guénon says a similar thing about the zodiac, that the symbolism of the zodiac of the sun, the wheel of the sun, the path of the sun, comes from a northern place, and then later on got shifted. So there's an origin to, a lot of the symbolism in the tarot that relates back to this primordial tradition that I'm talking about. But it's so veiled that most people don't understand it.
Mario, I have a question that I've just been absolutely dying to ask you. And that revolves around the Statue of Liberty. Some people tell me it's actually a depiction of Lucifer Morningstar. What do you think? What is the real symbology behind the Statue of Liberty?
That's interesting, man. I haven't really thought about it in such a long time. I don't know if I have a clear sort of answer. I'd almost want to look at a photo, to be honest with you, to kind of just be able to digest it for a second. But generally, she's holding 1 or 2 tablets and then a torch, correct?
I believe so. And I think, does her crown have 6 or 7 points? I think you mentioned something related to that earlier.
That's what I would want to know too. That's exactly it. So I'm curious if maybe the chat can inform us how many tablets, and then also how many points on the crown. Right. Yeah, I would have to chew on that for a little bit, to be honest with you. I don't really have a strong opinion about it at the moment.
Well, we will have to suffice it with that until we learn more. Dr.
Not a bad question, though.
What's up, man?
Hey
How
there.
you doing?
Good, man. How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there, man. Just smoking a little weed and chilling, and really enjoying
Nice.
your discussion, man. I like what you're talking about, man.
Excellent, dude. I appreciate that.
I mean, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
Oh, yeah, you got it. This has been fun.
I'm enjoying it, man. I'm having such a good time. Hey, I have a question, though. You seem to sort of view the tarot from more like a historical kind of archaeological kind of perspective, basically. Maybe cultural archaeological perspective, but there's also like real spiritual consequences to fucking with the tarot too. Because when I was growing up, my family always told me to kind of be aware of the tarot. That was kind of like just like playing with a Ouija board and shit like that. Because you can like manifest with tarot too. And I was also taught that like the tarot is a spirit basically, right? So you really have to be initiated because you have to have a strong mind because it gets frustrated too. So like if you don't have enough faith when it gives you a certain answer and you ask the same question over and over again, like the spirits of the cards will get angry with you.
Gotcha. So you're asking if I feel the same way, or?
No, I'm just saying, like, do you believe like there are some downsides, right? Like you really do have to be careful with this shit. Especially if you come from like a Kabbalah perspective too, right? Because basically what you're saying is that like, and of course there's like 2 worlds, right? Like there's the world of questions and the world of answers in Kabbalicism, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, basically, right? So tarot basically is just a mechanism or sort of like a spiritual tool we have to help us connect with the world of answers, right? But they also say like the reason why we don't have access to the world of answers, because if we did like full access, it would drive us mad or insane. It's just like looking at God and to see God is to die, basically. Like you ever heard people say shit like that, basically. So basically, like when you're having access to that and you're not initiated, so say like in your subconscious mind, right, you have a negative view of yourself, right? And then all you're doing is like, because you talk about the subconscious a lot, right? So all you're doing is like sort of making contact with your subconscious mind, and it's giving you all of these dark predictions, right? So basically you're reinforcing those ideas, which are hardening into beliefs, which is manifesting that type of reality, which is very dangerous for you too, right? Because that's what the Kabbalists call like creating angels, right? Because we create angels too, right? We create like a positive and negative force, right? So like one is positive and one is negative, right? So then like if our karma is real negative, right, we're going to track that negative angel, right? And those are the things that like, you know, you're driving your car, right? And you think there's no car coming, you're coming from an intersection, and it's like something put blinders on your eyes because you know you look, but somehow you can see it, and you crash. That's you kind of manifesting these realities because you haven't been properly initiated, and you don't have enough control over your mind, right, to wield this technology properly.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot of what you're saying, to be honest with you, because I think that there are dangerous, potentially bad ways of doing stuff. But, you know, what it brings to my mind personally is just as an example, it's like, are we initiated with technology to be able to use the tech that we're using even right now? The computer and the internet and Wi-Fi and things, you know, when somebody, I think that you're also in a lot of ways, it's like, without the right consciousness, watching TV is not a good idea. Listening to the radio is not a good idea. Reading the newspaper is not a good idea. Watching the news isn't a good idea. Being on social media isn't a good idea. You know, so kind of like a lot of what you're saying, I can associate that with other things as well, and not necessarily with just divination and the tarot personally. It's kind of how I see it, you know, but to your point though, I see a lot of people using it in really not healthy ways, you know, especially online. Astrology, the tarot, divination. They think it's going to get them sort of, they think they can kind of create shortcuts or something like that with the tarot, or they think that they're going to get some special insight with the tarot. And I think that you are going to get an insight, but just like with anything, if your consciousness hasn't evolved to what you're kind of participating with, what you're kind of like having in your home and what you have in your heart and what you have in your mind and stuff, then it's not going to be good for you regardless, you know? So I see, you know, some of your, you know, your personal take about it. And I can see that kind of transfer over to a lot of different things in people's lives, that they're just mindlessly consuming something and they're not even thinking about the consequences of what they're consuming. But absolutely, the tarot falls in that category too.
Yeah, because like my aunt always taught me, like, you know, to really be careful with that shit. And she was also telling me like you notice how like a lot of tarot readers, and I mean like it's anecdotal evidence, of course, you know, I'm just talking about, you know, because you know how many tarot readers do you really know to have like an accurate sample space to make a generalization? But you ever notice how a lot of them have like really fucked up lives?
Oh, yeah, dude.
And the reason I was told that was, right, is because they're interfering, right, with the client's karmic lesson. So like by you giving them this information or this look into the future, right, you're giving them an opportunity to avoid a lesson they were supposed to learn. Because let's be real, man, some people need to be punched in the fucking face, you feel me? So, in order to change, like being punched in the face, right, can set off a chain of events, right, that is so fucking transformative, right? That this guy literally has an extreme positive effect upon the world, right? So like by you just like telling that person to avoid that, basically, right, you've essentially like disrupted, right, like a very critical transformative point for humanity just in that one act. Because it's no different than time travel, right? Because they tell you, like in Michio Kaku's book, like hyperspace, like just going back in time changes the future, right? And that's what I think these fucking Greys are trying to do, right? Because they don't want to kill people because they don't know what that'll set off, right? But they know each time they go back in time, right, they're changing the future slightly. And if they can go back enough times where they can alter when they were created, then they could create a new future, new reality. That goes back to when you're saying, like, you be like, time has been fucked with all the time, like fucking with time all the time. But basically, I was taught that by my aunt, man. She said they have fucked up lives, man, because when you do that, you have their spiritual rules. You have to take on that karma.
Gotcha.
I'll give you one example and I stop. Like one of my mentors told me one day, right? Because like he had a client, right, who had a spirit guide, was in the spirit guides, right? But he got into a real bad accident, right? And he was like, if my spirit guide was really down with me, the motherfucker would have told me, you know what I mean, that I was gonna crash and shit, and I wouldn't be going through all this pain, right? And he said, after I stopped believing it, and my mentor said, fuck that shit, motherfucker. He said, man, they can't tell you every fucking thing. There's just karma just sometimes just takes precedent. And if he would have told you that, he would have had to take on that karma. Like he would have had to take on that karma for you, basically, because he interfered with your life lesson, something you agreed with the universal force, your contractual agreement. Like he would have interfered in a way that made you breach that contractual agreement, basically. So that gives rise to very serious, like spiritual consequences. But that's what I was taught, because I approach it like, you know, like this shit is like has very serious fucking spiritual like I just don't dabble or play with that shit. And I'm not saying you are, basically, but I'm just trying to like another conversation, because I think you're very knowledgeable and you seem pretty cool and you seem pretty cogent. But I've seen some motherfuckers go crazy with that shit too, and I bet you have too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're bringing up a lot of interesting points, man. So one of the things I'll say is that within the current climate of whatever you want to call this community, I don't know what you guys, labels are tricky, but conspiratorial community, truther community, alternative,
the truth community, but a smaller section of that, the esoteric, ancient mystery section of the truth community, part of the greater paranormal community, something along those lines.
Right. Lots of troubled people. Lots of people who don't have their shit together, lots of grifter type people, lots of people who need to get their affairs in order before they actually should be giving other people advice and things like that. Like that is rampant here, and so definitely you got to be careful with who you might be hooking up with in this regard, who you're going to trust, and do a reading with. The other thing I've been saying for a long time now, to the good doctor's point, is that I really, in a lot of my sessions, I always bring up, I'm like, this is a book of questions, not a book of answers. This is a book of questions. And sometimes it's about refining the question. And this is symbolic of the mysteries too. The mysteries, I would say that a really good symbol that could relate to it is either the circle or the spiral. And in either case, it goes on and on and on and on. The circle has cycles. There's infinite points within the circle, hence pi going on forever. The spiral just continues to spiral around and around and around and around. And so it's about asking better questions, I think, in a lot of ways, not necessarily giving you answers. And so that's something that I do try and help people do and help kind of reframe their expectations of what a tarot reading actually represents. I'm not going to give you the answer. I've told people many times, I flat out say, like, that's just not the kind of reader I am. If you want an answer on whether or not you're going to get that job in 2 weeks, or if the interview is going to go well, I'm not your guy.
Hello,
Todd. Hey, Todd.
Hey, what's going on, Mario? How are you, sir?
I'm good.
I'm good. I'm enjoying this conversation. Fantastic, boy. You are you are just full of insights. I just thought I would throw in a couple alongside you here while we're going on about this subject. Dr. Robert brings up the dangerousness of the occult. Ouija boards, all the stories. That's almost part of the magic or the mystery, is the danger of exploring the occult. It almost sets it sets the mind at a certain point or state that it's not something that you take lightly. It's more dangerous, kind of like how spirituality or religion uses the sacredness. The occult and these things can use the more dangerous to produce that state of mind that creates effects. Now, shamans have drove themselves insane for a long time to reach points of consciousness that they claim they can see beyond. Then they come back and the tribe listens to them. So the shamans or whatever are notorious for driving themselves nuts, or their initiates, so they can see beyond. So, you know, the most primitive forms of shamanism, they would close themselves in a cave for 3 weeks, which would drive you nuts. There's all kinds of accounts of how they would drive themselves nuts so they could see the beyond. And then there's numerous accounts of gurus. Some of the most famous gurus would drive their initiates nuts so that they could reach some kind of mystical height of perception. Crowley and Gurdjieff and so many other ones, you know, would push their initiates. But so magic, kind of the allure, you know, in the tarot or whatever, is that it's dangerous. But I wanted to say on the subject of the tarot, my favorite deck turned out to be the Voyager deck. It was published 1985, and then they wrote the book 1987. It was kind of a modern version, and I think James Wanless was like an initiate in the Golden Dawn, the OTO, and then he came out with a more modern deck. And so as you guys were talking, I did a spread real quick, because you were talking about you don't need to do a big giant reading. Small readings are sometimes better than giant readings. And I prefer like small readings, past, present, future, 3 cards. Boy, how easy is that?
Todd, can you move that a little closer to the camera? It's got some reflections going on. Oh, well, that's worse. Okay, back off.
That's worse.
That's good.
There you go. Oh.
It's the number 7, the Chariot.
Mm.
And you guys brought up 7 number of times. 7's associated with God. Often. Is that any clearer?
Much better. Much better.
One of the reasons I like this deck. One of the reasons I like this deck is because he did like cut and paste, took pictures from all different times, the present, past, and future, and then merged them together into a modern style deck. And the readings are just dead spot on. So that one never lets me down. I used to do the Crowley deck for a long time because I love the artwork and I was big into Crowley. Found the Golden Dawn stuff, and Crowley, you know, got into him back in the 80s, the mid 80s. And then magical thought started to kind of open up with like chaos magic. I'm not sure if you're familiar with chaos magic, but there were a few incredible authors right around mid 80s or whatever. James Carroll wrote Libra Nolan Psychonaut, which really broke magic open. Magic was almost like you had to be part of the Golden Dawn, or you had to be part of some system, or you couldn't understand the mysteries. And some chaos magicians come around in the mid 80s and broke the whole thing open and said, no, we don't need to join a cult. We can explore magic and develop our own systems. And that really blew my mind once I had found that out. Anyways, the oldest deck I have is an 18th century woodcut deck. That's like these old woodcut images from the 18th century, you know, because as you were saying, some of the earliest decks go back to the 1500s. I've heard rumors that inside some of the Egyptian ruins, there were all the tarot cards, the 22 trump cards were carved or painted on the walls. Here's that thing from Manly P. Hall's book, The Secret Teachings you were talking about.
Oh,
the Tablet of Isis.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Tablet of Isis.
Right.
That has the different formations. But if I'm not familiar or mistaken, there's a story about how someone had seen inside one of these Egyptian temples every card on the wall carved in giant relief form.
Kind of changes your perspective on the Egyptian hieroglyphics in general.
Yeah, but the tarot is so many things. You know, it's like Mario was explaining. The 56 minor cards are where you get your modern playing cards. So the 22 cards that came first, they add the 22 to the 50. 22 to the 56. I forget.
Yeah,
to come up
I think
with 78.
I think I heard on another show, Mario, you or somebody else said that you can actually use playing cards as a tarot deck. Is that true?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely, for sure. There's even a whole system called the Cards of Destiny too, that's been developed over the years, and it's a divination system using the cards.
I used to collect cards. I used to have an occult bookstore. I used to be in touch with U.S. Games, and I could get any deck I wanted because I was selling them.
Oh,
to
right
the
on.
public. Yeah, so I collected all of them and I sold all of them, and I came up with, I have a number of decks today, but after I closed my store a long time ago, I still have some of those left over from that period. But I wanted to make a couple other points. When you were talking about trees, the world tree, the Kabbalah is a tree too. In the Kabbalah, there's a thing called the lightning strike. It's a pathway through the Sephiroths, and it's in the shape of a lightning bolt. Like the fastest way to go up from Kether to Malkuth or whatever. Magicians talk about this stuff all the time. There's 11 Sephiroths. The 11th one was hidden for a long time. The 11th one's known as Da'ath. They've already, kind of exposed this for the last 100 years or so, but that was a secret for a long time, something they kept secret. For some reason, 11 is the magician's number, the number of the universe. But I wanted to go on about 11 and then lightning, and trees, because scientists say that if you look at your hands, if you look at like the back of your hand, if you look at your fingers, they actually resemble tree roots, because people are most likely trees that learn to walk. And when I first heard that, it blew my mind because it made sense. Matter is made up of elements that vibrate at different speeds. You're aware of this, right?
Sure.
The periodic timetable are elements that the atoms are vibrating at different speeds, slower or faster. And slower and faster means they're lighter or they're denser. Gold is one of the densest elements in the universe, one. And maybe people speculated a long time ago that's why gods wanted pyramids, the tops of pyramids coated in gold, because maybe gods or spirits are of a lighter element and they could sit on golden chairs. Do you know what I mean? Where elements that were different than that, they might not be able, they'd pass through them. Gold was more solid because it's moving at a slower rate. Lead is moving at a slower rate. It's denser. It's harder to pass through. These are magical principles that you can pass on. They go through all stages of life. Scientists also realize a magical principle, the polarity principle. Everything in the universe operates on a positive and a negative charge. And then there's also the third pole that no one talks about, the ground. Modern day electricians' basic electrical work is positive, negative, ground. AC and DC, AC is alternating current, DC is direct current. Batteries are direct current. That's why batteries run out of energy. AC is alternating current. It continues to flow back through the system, kind of like cycles or whatever you were talking about earlier. Just wanted to throw these all out here real quick. And then also, Mario, are you familiar with Ronnie Dio, James Dio?
Yeah.
Black Sabbath lead singer. One of my favorite songs by him, Rainbow in the Dark. It has those lyrics about how you're a rainbow in the dark, right? That's the main chorus, but he says, we are lightning. It's talking about we're an image lost in time. We're free, but I see that it's me who's lost and never found. Some weird esoteric stuff in Dio's songs, But also, the human body is like a lightning flash. Matter in the human body works almost that fast. In a tree, lightning or energy is moving slower, so the tree stands still. A human being is like a tree that learned to walk, so the lightning is moving faster. Its lifespan's shorter. We're a lightning bolt. A lightning bolt goes like that. fast and you're done. So a bunch of different magical elements I thought I'd throw into the mix here this evening. Boy, you are so knowledgeable, and I sure appreciate Daniel bringing me on here. I'm going to peel off on that note and just listen to the rest of your conversation. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank
I
you
love
for
it,
being
man.
on
Great
here tonight.
stuff. Your mind is wonderful, and there's a few things that I definitely want to just kind of discuss briefly and unpack a little bit. The Doth connection. You know, I got really interested in wanting to know more about it, so I read Kenneth Grant's book on it. Can't remember what it's called now at this point, but the whole entire book was about the Clipothic tree and how you would access.
I'm huge into Lovecraft, and when I
Night Side
found
of
out
Eden.
there was a Qlipoth, an upside down tree, I went, whoa! You know, when I was studying the Kabbalah a long time ago. And then Lovecraft entities remind you of the reverse side of the Kabbalah, almost, you know, the upside down side of these monstrous beings coming from beyond time and space. So I'm a huge Lovecraft fan. Go on, sir.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So the Night Side of Eden is the book I'm talking about. And he, among others, make it clear that Doth has a correspondence. So this means that the transition from the day side of the tree, the light side of the tree, to the dark side of the tree, the root side of the tree, the night side of the tree, is via Doth. And the way you transition through Doth, that correspondence is with the north. That they make that very clear, that there's a northern correspondence with Doth, and Doth is on that central tree, right? And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of very interesting northern correspondences with Lovecraft. In fact, if you look at the book called The Gates of the Necronomicon, that book blew my mind when I read it. What do you see on the cover of The Gates of the Necronomicon? I can grab it real quick, but
wow, please do.
You will see Ursa Major. You'll see the 7 stars of Ursa Major on The Gates of the Necronomicon, and that whole entire book is corresponding Lovecraftian lore with this ancient primordial tradition, essentially, is what I'm laying out there. And Lovecraft even called himself the Northern Point, or the Guard of the Northern Point. He also wrote about Polaris, the North Star, as well.
That's true.
I have a book called Polaria by this fellow named W.H. Mueller, and he gets into it deeper than anyone that I've ever come across. He lays it all out there. The correspondence between northern, polar, symbolism, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, the pole star, and Lovecraft, because essentially the oldest gods come from the north. That's my sort of interpretation, is that the most ancient primordial of gods come from the north. And the Egyptian equivalent of this, or the Egyptian correspondence with this, would be the god Set. And when you talk to Setians, I interviewed a modern day Setian, and he confirmed a lot of the stuff that I had been reading about. But Ursa Major used to be called the thigh of the bull, or the thigh of Set as well. And so it's said that Set hides behind the thigh of the bull, or hides behind Ursa Major. We just call these the Big Dipper and Little Dipper now. Go ahead.
Yeah, the hidden god.
The hidden god, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me
Dr.
of
Robert talks about that hidden god.
Yeah, that reminds me of some stories I've heard of there being like a mountain and the North Pole called Mount Meru, and like 8 gods. I think Blavatsky might even talk about this. Like 8 gods manifested on the top of the mountain, and they came down and like taught.
Sorry, Dan.
So go ahead, Jim.
She was. I mean, it's a Buddhist idea. She's talking about the Matrikas, the 7 or 8 goddesses, sometimes associated with the Pleiades, but also the Big and Little Dipper. Although the Little Dipper is really one goddess, it's a princess. She's like the Luciferian sort of figure of Buddhism, or the goddess of the treaty, the invisible treaty. But then she leads these other grouping of goddesses, the 8 goddesses. So then the swastika, the wheel turns. That's the idea, is that they descend. They're red stars, and they descend on the ocean of blood downwards. So they descend, and then the wheel turns, and then when the wheel turns, the goddess has to manifest in the valley. So between the 2 mountains, or between the 2 pillars, the sun and the moon, she is the 8-pointed star, right? She's the star fortress. She is the agglomeration, or the conglomeration of all 8 goddesses. So she takes this form, rides on a lion, slays the buffalo demon with a snake wrapped around her Usually it's around her neck. Sometimes it's around her wrist or her waist or other things like that. That she slays this buffalo demon. The buffalo demon is the transgression
Kind
of
of
the
sounds
higher
like the Whore of
heavens.
Babylon too. Kind of sounds like the Whore of
Yeah.
Babylon.
Well, it is. It's
riding on the
different
back.
views. It's different
Yeah.
views of like who she is and what she does in the cycle, and like her like what
I knew
she's
it.
understood to be, right? And like there's also this idea that you can build Babylon, like you can, like Mario was saying, like the temple is literally the eminentization of God, and that is how it's described in Hinduism. Like the temple shastras is what they're called. They're text prescriptions of how to build temples. They are literally said that they are built on the body of Shiva, and then so you build the temple, and the temple is Shakti, so it's his wife, but the rituals that you do inside the temple are literally Shiva. So you're literally invoking God using his wife, who's physical form.
Jin, are you aware? I just wanted to interject here real quick. Are you aware of the red heifer stuff that they're doing right now, and what they are going to try to do with these red bulls? Are you aware of how complicated this ritual is?
Are you speaking to me, Todd?
Yep, I'm speaking to you, Jin. How many red heifers it will require to burn to spread the ashes far enough to build the temple on top of this? Are you aware of these details at all?
Yes, so I will just plug myself really quickly. I did an episode on Ball Earth Propaganda, which is like a conspiracy show. And I just did an episode last week, and it sort of like blew up a little bit. And anyways, it's called the Red Heifer Kayfabe. That's my episode. So it's all about everything you're asking. So if people are curious, they can go listen to that, and you'll hear my answer. And I think it's a little bit different.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you, Todd, for asking.
I'm following you, by the way. Yeah, I love your show.
I know
you got
Todd.
going over there.
I appreciate it.
Right on,
bring
sir.
it back to the abyss. Is the Doth is the abyss. There's a Masonic lore about the god of the north being the place of darkness, and what's weird is that the in the symbolic lore of the Bible, that Jesus puts the legion 10,000 into the abyss, and that I've often wondered if it was metaphorical about the Sephiroths, and that I also it's interesting that Jin said that that practicing in the temple, practicing the thing is Shiva, or I think that's what he said, but in the Hebrew it's the goddess of the temple is the Quipiloth or whatever, and
Qlipoth, yeah, Qlipoth. People pronounce it different ways.
Yeah. But that whole abyss thing, though, it's like the Legion. In the Mayan book, it was saying this thing about 10,000, a symbol number of the Legion, and that it was going into these really weird details where it's like, I'm not sure if it's like the Masons aren't sure if the ancient lore originates from one place or where it actually originates from, and it's like they were tracing the ancient lore back to its source, and that the lore is very complex with dimensions and so on, and the temple dimensions, and that how he was saying Mario was saying the ceiling of the lodge being a microcosm of the universe, where the same was true for the lodge of the Mayan, where
isn't there some story of Crowley having like orgies in a temple like that, where there's like the ceiling has like,
well, Crowley slept in the Great Pyramid. Crowley was actually able to sleep with his wife Rose in the Great Pyramid.
Oh, where you got that revelation in Cairo?
He slept inside of that chamber, the king's chamber.
Yeah, and he had a revelation in Cairo, right?
Yeah, that's when he translated the Book of the Law. That's how
I want to mention something though, real quick. Now we have to be careful of, and this is something in philosophy too, man. Whenever you're dealing with ancient cultures, like cultures where we lack the ability to kind of participate in, you confront what is called the hermeneutical circle, man. So like
hermeneutical circle. What's the definition of that? Yeah, what's that mean?
circle basically
Hermeneutical
is that like even though we can use like another civilization's language, there are certain meanings loaded within that language that have certain cultural roots that we can never make contact with.
We will never understand.
100%. Yeah, we could never make contact with. So just in that sense alone, everything
so
we
to
do
take
basically,
something written by an ancient culture and think we can interpret it in our modern thing is diluting ourselves.
It's not just interpreting modern thing, basically. It's just that like you can only understand it within your fear of understanding.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Yeah, and you hear Cyril talk about this too. This is why Cyril says like artificial intelligence is nothing but an illusion. And he gives like this Chinese room argument. All it's doing basically is learning how to respond properly to certain questions, but it doesn't have a deeper understanding of those questions. Basically.
Yeah, that AI stuff is fake. Hey, I got another question from Mario here. Mario, this is another question I wanted to ask you. I want to get this in before we finish here, but the owl at Bohemian Grove, any theories on what it represents?
Ooh, great question.
Yeah, that is a great question. I mean, the traditional thing is people say that it's an expression of Moloch, right? It's like it corresponds with Moloch, the bull deity. So, you know, to be honest, that's another one where I don't really I can't say I have anything off the top of my head because it isn't something that I've been thinking about too much lately. Owl symbolism, though, is incredibly interesting. You know, very much related to like mystical, paranormal sorts of things. People say that the owl will show up, you know, during really interesting times when there's heavy syncs kind of going on with that person, synchronicities and stuff like that. The fact that the owl too has been associated with wisdom, I think, is fascinating, and everything else. But yeah, off the top of my head, I can't say I have too much to offer.
You want to hear something interesting too about owls?
Yeah, what's up?
There's a book called "The Song of the Greys," and there's one like abduction story by a little boy, right? And apparently, like all kids interpret the Greys as owls.
Didn't Whitley Strieber say that he had owls in the background? Whitley Strieber saw owls.
It's also like that movie, The Fourth Kind, where the owl like turns into an alien or something like that. I forget exactly how it goes, but there's definitely owls in that movie.
Yeah, but they always report like it's common among kids who have like close encounters. They interpret them as owls.
Yeah, that's interesting. But hey, I got another question. I'm just kind of backtracking here to this question by Clint that I didn't ask right away because we had so much flying at us. But he asked earlier, Mario, what do you think of the 49th constellation, the unicorn, and if it's one of the symbols of the four horsemen?
Oh, interesting. Actually, I'll recommend that he checks out my unicorn video. I actually did a video about the unicorn, and I incorporated the constellation too. And I know so many. I sound like a broken record. The horn of the unicorn represents the world axis. That's just traditionally what it means, in my opinion, based on my research. So many symbols go back to the world axis, and so this is a concept that's very hard for people to grasp. I've read. I'm not saying just because I've read these books it makes it true, but I've read a number of books at this point about this.
The horse. You know how people say, "Get back on the horse." Kind of like if you fall off, get back on the horse. The horse is known as almost the world in that sense. If you get kicked out, get back on it, right?
Yeah.
So, see that?
Symbolically, to me, a lot of travel symbols, a lot of vehicles. So whether you're talking about a train, a car, or you're talking about the horse, you're talking about the boat, you're really talking about journeying physically from point A to point B. But then there's the journey of the afterlife as well. That's something that always needs to be taken into consideration. So when you're talking about any traveler as well, or any messenger as well, that's what you're talking about. So just like Hermes, the messenger of the gods, you know, he's a psychopomp, so he goes between realms, right? So journey symbolism has to do with terrestrial physical journeys, but then it also has to do with otherworldly journeys as well. The
So
journey of
what
the
is a
afterlife.
psychopomp? Because I can't let you get away with that one. You have to explain that one. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. A psychopomp is the deity that is the guide of souls to the afterlife or to the underworld.
Okay, and
So
he does more.
It's
interesting you said that because I read about that. But he does more than just guide you, right? Like he kind of prepares you mentally for the world of the dead too, right? Like this, like they always view like Hermes, 'cause he's the messenger god, right? But he's also viewed as like the god of psychology too, or psychologist basically.
Yeah.
And that's
He's
why
not
like
just ferrying you across the river of Styx. He's preparing
exactly.
you
But he's
mentally.
also giving you game too as he's taking you across. And
Absolutely.
then also,
All right, thank you guys. I hate to cut things off when we're in the middle of a great conversation, a great little roundtable with our guests. But Mario, I do not want to keep you too long. You've been kind enough to give us 2 hours and 20 minutes of your time, and I do want to draw the interview to an end. I still have a few questions, but we'll have to wait until next time. But what I do want to do is just open up the show one more time, give you an opportunity to hop up on the soapbox, say whatever you'd like to say to my audience out there, and also plug whatever you would like to plug, social media, websites, anything you have coming up, anything at all that you'd like to say and plug. Please do that now, sir.
Right on, man. I appreciate all of that. This has been really fun, by the way. I like your audience. I appreciate your audience. I like your guys' questions. You guys, there's some really knowledgeable people here, so that's always huge and makes things more entertaining for me. So my mind is thinking about a lot of different things that I haven't thought about in a while. Owl symbolism, one of them, Statue of Liberty, stuff like that. I want to just show you guys that cover real quick too. So this is the Gates of the Necronomicon by Simon. It's pretty much come out now, and I think this is fairly public these days, is that this was actually written by Peter Lavenda, who might be familiar to some of you guys. That's my understanding, that this was his pen name. And so you see the 7 stars there of Ursa Major. And so essentially what I've kind of gathered with my Lovecraftian research, I like what the good doctor was saying about, pantheons of old and how, you're just, as a modern person using an old pantheon, there's just going to be stuff that's lost in translation. I completely agree with that. What my research has shown me is that essentially what people think is that Lovecraft updated the pantheon of gods for modern sensibilities. So now we have cosmic horror, right? So, what was good for the Egyptians or what was good for the Greeks or other peoples, that's fine. That made sense for where they were at culturally and things like that. A lot of people think that Lovecraft updated this pantheon essentially so that it actually is impactful and makes sense. Whether he was intending to do that or not, I don't really know, but it's not stopping people from doing Lovecraftian magic and essentially using it like a new family of gods. And these just happen to be very, very, very ancient old gods, right? So they're very primordial, which makes sense with the Northern Sky stuff, which makes sense with Ursa Major being a Northern Sky constellation. So as you guys can see, that's my jam. But anyway, if people are interested in tarot readings, they can hit me up. Symbolicstudies.com is where they can find all of my information. So I'm on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, things like that. I like to make short videos for social media. So I would definitely recommend people check those out because I think that that's more so in a way what I'm kind of known for. I follow each sign during the sign itself. So I'm going to start putting out content based on Taurus and the bull. And actually, I would love it if you guys, Jin and Todd, if they can expand on some of the red heifer stuff. I'll be listening for a few minutes because the concept related to the third temple was something that I was really interested in years ago. I haven't been following it that closely as of late. I know it's a thing that people are definitely coming up and talking about it right now. On that point, I'm going to throw out 3 quick things about that, and people can do their own follow-up research if they're so inclined. There's a possibility that none of Solomon's temples ever existed, the first one nor the second one. What people call the Wailing Wall right now is actually an old fort, an old Roman fortress called Fort Antonia. The narrative has been shifted on what that wall is. So I've heard from some people that Solomon's third temple will never be built, that this is all part of a greater plan. But the idea is to allow people to think that it's actually going to be built. And maybe I'll just leave it at that. Solomon too. I'm inclined to think he's actually not a real historical figure, so that's kind of another thing too. But there's all sorts of temple mysteries and all sorts of things going on in Israel that we could talk about, but that would definitely take a while. So I appreciate your time, dude. I appreciate the invite, and I'm happy to do it again sometime. Like I said, this was a good time, so I'm sure we'll do it again.
One last quick question from Clint. Have you read Dead Names by Simon, History of the Necronomicon?
I actually have it. I have not read it. So it's been on my to-do list for a little while now.
Awesome. Well, Mario, you have been great. Very eye-opening episode. Just like you have a lot of stuff you're probably going to look into. I do too, thanks to your appearance here. You've definitely helped decode the world of symbology for us, and I think we're all going to be looking at the world with new eyes from henceforth. And we definitely like to have you on again for a part 2 and see what latest research you've been up to. But until then, my friend, you have a good one.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Take care. What a great guest, Mario. My God. We went a little bit long in this episode. We like to keep the guest portion of the show to 2 hours, but there was just so much to talk about. I wanted to get to everybody. I wanted to get all those questions out there. I know there's probably a lot of questions we weren't able to even get to, and I apologize for that, but we do our best. And now it is time to bring up the good doctor, Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you there?
I'm here, buddy.
Are you ready to rock with your show within a show?
I'm ready to go.
It is time. It is time. It is time to go down the rabbit hole with the enigmatic Dr. Robert. I'm going to hit that music as we journey into the world of Dr. Robert.
I'd like to begin with a short prayer. Since our departure, my faith and my mind have been stripped. Know that this poor heart of mine no longer has patience or resolve. Don't ask me about my sad face, my troubled heart, or the burning in my soul. See with your own eyes. No powers of words can express these things. I used to brown like a loaf of bread baked in your heat. Now I crumble like stale bread, and I'm scattered. I say, step into a world of intrigue and mystery, with Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a mesmerizing and thought-provoking show that takes you on a journey of discovery. Explore the dark depths of history, uncovering strange and unusual occurrences that will leave you questioning everything you thought you knew. With every question posed, you'll experience a rush of excitement as you try to answer it, or a sense of awe as you realize the vastness of the unknown. Join us on this unforgettable adventure and discover the secrets hidden within the rabbit hole. Hello there. My name is Dr. Robert, and while I'm technically one of the hosts for this show, it is only a segment of the larger In the Days radio program. The talented Daniel-san is the primary host. Nonetheless, I'm excited to be here and ready to share the evidence with you. In today's episode 16, we delve deeper into our investigation to uncover whether a clandestine and dangerous Nazi cabal is operating within the United States corridors of political power and influence. In the last episode, we explored a captivating story that involved the unlikely combination of NASA, the occult, and the blending of science and magic. The tale appeared impossible, but we dug deeper into it in episode 15. Now, in episode 16, we delve even deeper into the enigmatic and bittersweet alliance between Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. These two figures were unconventional bedfellows, and their relationship was nothing short of magical yet tumultuous. We aim to uncover the truth and provide a detailed and insightful analysis of our findings. Stay tuned for an in-depth look into this susceptible and potentially explosive topic. NASA and the occult continue. Parsons and Hubbard conducted occult rituals at Parsons' home lodge headquarters, including the infamous Babylon working of January 1946, where they invoked the Scarlet Woman. In Thelemic religion, the Scarlet Woman is a revered figure who represents the female principle of nature, but in amplified form. The term refers to the consort of the great beast of the apocalypse. Jack Parsons, an American rocket engineer and occultist, wrote to Aleister Crowley, a British occultist and founder of Thelema, praising L. Ron Hubbard's magical abilities. Parsons considered Hubbard to be the most Thelemic person he had ever met. Crowley, however, was skeptical and worried that young Parsons was biting off more than he can chew. Parsons, noticing Betty shifting her affection towards Hubbard, conjured up a woman for himself to fill the void. And this woman appeared miraculously in the form of Marjorie Cameron, an artist. Cameron later appeared in a film by Kenneth Anger, a Crowley enthusiast, along with Manson's protege, Bobby Bucelli. During a ritual in the Mojave Desert that Jack Parsons performed with L. Ron Hubbard, they were trying to attract an elemental, in this case, a female sexual partner, since Hubbard was taking all the available lovers. Suddenly, Parsons had an intuitive flash and claimed victory. Saying it's done, he rushed home and was surprised to find a vibrant, red-headed woman named Marjorie Cameron waiting for him. He never met her before. Imagine that. Amidst all this, Jack Parsons had already sold his stock in Aerojet and possessed a significant amount of cash. Upon the completion of various rituals, some of which reportedly involved sexual practices, Parsons, along with L. Ron Hubbard and Betty Northrop, were of the unanimous opinion that forming a company was the logical next step. Thus, they decided to establish Allied Enterprises, a company meant to explore various opportunities in the field of electronics. Hubbard was passionate about boats and proposed buying them on the East Coast to sell on the West. With that in mind, Hubbard and Betty traveled to Florida with $10,000 of Parsons' money. From Miami, Hubbard picks up the phone to call Parsons to share some exciting news. He tells Parsons that they have successfully purchased a magnificent boat, a sleek and stylish yacht. Hubbard's tone exudes joy, and Parsons can't help but share in his friend's enthusiasm. The news is reassuring, and all is going well for the two friends. After their last communication, Parsons experiences a prolonged silence from Hubbard and Betty Northrop with no updates or news. Worried and perhaps still smarting over Betty and Hubbard's relationship, Parson goes to Miami to find out what happened to his money. He discovers that Hubbard has purchased not one, but 3 vessels, and they are nowhere to be found. After hours of waiting, Parson finally spots a Hubbard vessel making its way out of the harbor. As he observes it closely, something genuinely remarkable unfolds. In his account of the events, Parson alleges that he was able to conjure a powerful storm using magic, which consequently caused the boat to be driven back to the shore against his will. While the legitimacy of his claim remains debatable, it remains a verifiable fact that a storm did indeed manifest itself and the boat was indeed forced back to the coastline. Despite the strange and seemingly otherworldly nature of his alleged feat, Parson obtained legal possession of the boat through a court order which allowed him to recover most of the funds he had initially invested. This remarkable sequence of events ultimately led Parsons back home to Pasadena, where he arrived in the summer of 1946. And I assure you, this is not an exaggeration. Hubbard, a man who was already married, tied the knot with Betty Northrop in Florida. However, their union was not a simple one, as it was a plural marriage that had very Mormonesque feel to it, which made it very illegal. Despite this, Hubbard's new religious philosophy, which he named Dianetics, came to fruition with 3 years of their marriage. This groundbreaking new science religion would go on to change the world, and the story of his birth is both fascinating and controversial. Hubbard later claimed that his stay with the Thelemites was part of an intelligence operation for the FBI, or the Office of Naval Intelligence. The purpose of the operation was to dismantle a dangerous satanic cult, which included essential scientists among its members. These scientists held classified information that could be compromised due to the bizarre rituals and illicit sexual activities that took place within the cult. The exact details of how the national security would have been improved by breaking up the cult are not declassified. No scientists were arrested. It seems that Hubbard intends to make us believe that after being confronted by him in the FBI, the scientists realized their mistakes, gave up their immoral and unholy behaviors, and focused on a more disciplined lifestyle, like working 40 hours a week and attending church on Sundays. It's important to note that both the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Office of Naval Intelligence had prior knowledge of Jack Parson and his occult activities. The FBI had already been monitoring the group long before L. Ron Hubbard entered the picture. This information sheds light on the extent to which government agencies were monitoring potentially dangerous organizations during that period. Hubbard's past involvement with the secret police is noteworthy. In 1940, he took it upon himself to report Troublesome Stewart as a German spy in New York City. It is also worth noting that for a brief period during the war, Hubbard served as an intelligence officer. This experience likely gave him unique insights into the workings of the government and the intelligence community. A look at Hubbard's official naval record, released in 1986, tells the following story. He started his career as a lieutenant junior grade in the U.S. Naval Reserve on July 19, 1941. He was on active duty from September 22nd to October 6, 1941, and then again from November 24, 1941 until February 16, 1946, when he was promoted to lieutenant. After leaving the Navy, he began seeing Parsons, and based on the available evidence, this must have been around October 1945. Parsons wrote a letter in January 1946, referring to him as the most telemic person he has ever encountered. After attack on Pearl Harbor in the United States, entry into World War II, L. Ron Hubbard was discovered to be present at the Office of Naval Attaché, American Legion, in Melbourne, Australia, on December 18th, 1941. His official designation at that time was intelligence officer, which he held until May 4th, 1942, according to clarification from the Navy, despite the official account retaining the original designation until June 24th, 1942. After returning to the United States in April 1942, he worked in the Office of Cable Censor in New York from May 1st, 1942 to June 24th, 1942, during the war with Japan. He spent about 3 months in Australia, for which, along with everyone else who served in the theater, received the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal. It has been widely publicized that the Scientology organization and its founder, Hubbard, have propagated stories about his valiant service during the war. However, upon closer scrutiny, it is evident that no factual evidence supports these claims. In other words, Hubbard's alleged heroic war record is complete with fabrications. Throughout the remainder of the war, he was assigned to various positions across the United States, such as Portland, Oregon, and the Preciado. During this time, his family was situated at the Naval Hospital in Oakland, California, where he was admitted as a patient from September 5th, 1945 to December 4th, 1945. This means that when he paid Parsons his first visit to Pasadena, he was technically still a mental patient. On February 16th, and I'm almost done, 1946, he was honorably discharged from active duty, having served his country with distinction. After completing his military service, he resigned from active duty on October 30th, 1950. Of the most exciting stories about Hubbard's war years is that he reportedly fired on an uninhabited island off the coast of Mexico, an act that caused official disapproval from the Mexican government. This story adds an intriguing twist to Hubbard's military record. Despite the absence of any official U.S. Navy documentation, the reference to Hubbard's name has become so widespread that it has become an integral part of his legend. Something noteworthy and significant must have occurred in Hubbard's life to have gained such notoriety, even without official records. After the end of the war in the Pacific in August, Hubbard found himself confined to a hospital bed for 3 months. What's particularly intriguing is the term he used to describe during this period, a patient. One can only imagine the physical and mental toll that this extended stay took on him, especially after the grueling experience of the war. Despite his service in the Navy, he was never wounded in action, nor did he participate in any significant battles. Upon inspection of his naval records, it was discovered that he had not been awarded any Purple Hearts, leading to the speculation that his absence from the front lines was likely due to a debilitating ulcer. Ha, ha, ha. After he got out, his career in the Navy was particularly finished, but unfortunately, his mental health issues persisted. In 1947, he wrote to Veterans Administration to express his suicidal thoughts and his difficulty in adjusting to civilian life over the past 2 years. This was during the same period when he was involved with Parsons, the OTO and Parsons' girlfriend, whom he married in 1946. Despite his advanced age, Parsons remains an active lodge member, passionately delving into magic's more obscure and mysterious areas. His interests lie primarily in the realm of the occult, with a particular fascination for voodoo and the rising of evil spirits through Burcha, as per the teachings of Aleister Crowley. Parsons is known for his dedication to the craft. He often immerses himself in elaborate, intense rituals that will tremble the faint-hearted. It was widely known among the Rocketeers that this particular detail was not a secret. This information is briefly mentioned in Clayton R. Pope's JPL in the American Space Program, in Iris's Chain literary work on Parsons' esteemed Chinese colleague. After marrying Marjorie Cameron on October 19th, 1946, in San Juan Capistrano, Parsons found himself alone as she returned to New York City to be with her mother. He struggled to keep up with the day-to-day business of the order, leading to backstabbing and sniping among colleagues. Parsons was accompanied by his old friend Edward Foreman and his wife during the wedding ceremony, who acted as his witness. Numerous accounts indicate that Parsons was an exceptionally talented chemist and rocketeer who made significant strides in the American war effort in space programming. His achievements were so notable that they even attracted the attention of the legendary rocket pioneer Robert Goddard, who reportedly became jealous upon learning that von Karman's team at CalCit was receiving crucial Orman funding. Additionally, he was one of the founding members of JPL, an organization known to downplay his contributions. And yet, there is a visible crater named after the man on the moon. Jack Parsons was a man who was deeply involved in the world of magic and the occult. He was often referred to as a magician and was known for his fascination with the occult's darker and more obscure elements. His interest in the unknown was so great that virtually nothing was off limits. Despite his passion for the occult, he was often criticized by others in the field, including Aleister Crowley, who called him a weak-minded fool. Unfortunately, Parsons' life was fraught with victimization by the people around him, leaving him vulnerable and alone. Parsons, a brilliant rocketeer, had high expectations for his peers. He believed that individuals should behave with honor and reason, just as he did. However, based on the evidence available, Parsons was only treated well and with respect by those who truly admired and respected his intelligence, seriousness, and brilliance. Only his fellow rocketeers recognized and appreciated his talents and treated him with the honor and dignity he deserved. Despite his idealism, he ultimately found himself engulfed in the murky depths of the American cult underground. The once promising world he had envisioned was marred by a toxic mix of petty jealousies, inflamed egos, and volatile emotions that tore at his spirit and left him feeling shattered. And still, he persevered. Despite mistreatment and betrayal, he showed remarkable resilience and forgiveness towards those who wronged him. And despite being aware that W.T. Smith, the head of the Agape Lodge in 1939, had fathered a child with his first wife, Helene, which eventually led to their divorce, Parsons maintained a cordial relationship with him. Parsons' ability to maintain a positive relationship with someone who caused him so much pain and heartache is a testament to his strength and character and an unwavering dedication to his beliefs. Parsons was a man who prided himself on his ability to remain above the fray when it came to the emotions of jealousy and possessiveness. While those around him would often become consumed by these emotions, Parsons believed he was immune to them. In his own words, he believed we can protect ourselves from almost everything that life can throw at us except for death. Death is the only way to insulate ourselves from the world, honestly, isn't it? However, Parsons recognized that to experience all that life truly has to offer, we must be vulnerable and open to being hurt. We must let our guard down and expose ourselves to the world. For Parsons, being vulnerable was the only way to be alive truly. That's pretty fucking deep, Mr. Parsons. Jack Parsons was a man who was deeply passionate about finding solutions to the problems plaguing society. He was resolute in his mission to cut through the veil of deception and hypocrisy that shrouded the world and to breathe new life into the age. Despite the many attempts made by others over the last 2 millennia to achieve the same goal, their efforts often proved futile, leaving them looking foolish. Jack was determined to succeed where others had failed, bringing a much-needed sense of clarity and reason into the mix. According to the available records from the FBI and the memoirs of von Karman, it is evident that Jack Parsons, a man ahead of his time, attempted to secure a job in Israel in 1947. What led him to seek employment in a foreign land is still being determined. Still, his actions reflected his adventurous spirit and willingness to explore new possibilities. The text chronology has significant implication. It appears to precede the formation of the Israeli state in 1948. This raises the possibility that Parsons was involved in socializing with American lobbyists who were advocating for the establishment of Israel. Furthermore, Parsons may have also been in contact with certain factions of the Jewish underground during this time. Israel, a country to be, is in desperate need of engineers, scientists, and the defense industry. Parsons was profoundly enamored with the idea of playing a crucial role in establishing an entirely new country. This notion would have been particularly alluring, given the fact that his nascent nation was to be situated in the heart of the Holy Land, the very same land where the illustrious Knights Templars were birthed, where Jesus Christ himself walked, preached, and performed miracles, where the assassins executed their enemies with unparalleled precision and stealth, and where the legendary King Solomon is said to have summoned demons to aid in the construction of the temple. With this inherent idolism, Parsons would have been naturally drawn to the prospect of being a part of such a momentous occasion, creating a cutting-edge notion poised to make history and forge a better future for all. It appears that Jack Parsons, a brilliant rocket scientist and ardent occultist, saw his role in advancing the Israeli rocket and munition industry as a noble pursuit, benefiting a person of esoteric knowledge and a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO. The idea of an OTO presence in Israel was alluring and significant. Yet on September 21st, 1948, Parsons associated with the enigmatic and controversial OTO led to the loss of his security clearance, casting a shadow on his exceptional scientific achievements. Let's stop here. White Rabbit Kill Squad War Cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo. Stay tuned next time for another episode. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel.
Very cool. Very cool. There, that's better. Sometimes I forget to put my headphones on. I did not know that I did not know that any of this stuff was connected to Israel. That's really interesting. I always like to lay back and just listen when Dr. Robert's doing his segment. Good opportunity to stretch my back out, relax, and just listen. It's nice to listen sometimes. Oh boy, I'm back. And you guys are still here. This is End of Days Radio. I'm Daniel, your host. I'm broadcasting from that itty-gritty Emerald City here in the Pacific Northwest. There's a lot of news to talk about. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world of End of Days Radio. It's like, where do we even start? Well, let's start off with the good stuff. Let's talk about the Middle East. So, as you guys know, I don't even really need to pull up an article for this. As you guys know, let's see. It started with the Hamas, this so-called Hamas attack on Israel. You know, where they went in there and took a bunch of hostages and stuff like that. Israel retaliated, and they bombed the holy hell out of Gaza, like they usually do, except this time was especially bad. Now we have Iran getting involved, and not too long ago, a matter of days ago, Iran launched a drone strike, a huge drone strike against Israel. Not sure the damages. This stuff is all just unfolding so fast. And apparently, yesterday, yeah, that would be yesterday and today, Israel carried out some major strikes on Iran, missiles and drones. That drone stuff is especially scary. I mean, to think that we have robots fighting robots. I think this was what everybody was worried about 20 years ago, right? That soldiers are going to be replaced by robots and drones, especially. Drones can just fly around and shoot people or just get close and blow up. They're pretty scary, and they're making them more advanced, increasing the amount of weaponry they carry, and they seem to be increasingly hard to combat. A lot of people think if it wasn't already World War III, it's definitely World War III now. It's the time of revelations. It is a time where shit is hitting the fan. I tend to agree. At the same time that all this is going, we have trouble in Ukraine still. There's a whole war going on with Russia. And then, of course, there's tensions with China in the South China Sea. What do you think of that, Todd?
Boy, the world is on fire, metaphorically, symbolically, and literally. Belief systems are being overthrown. The veil is being raised down. People are seeing behind the scenes, and we're all being driven towards World War III, supposedly. Let's talk about Iran and Israel. Those are proxy armies of the United States and Russia. United States backs Israel, Russia will back Iran. And but the funny part is Russia also backs Israel. So when you look at how these wars are being fought, the horrible part is just indiscriminately bombing people. That's a horrible thing. I think everybody agreed to that. Let's drop the biggest bomb we can and hope we get 1 or 2 or 10 terrorists. And if 2,000 people die trying to get that one guy, oh well. That's kind of nuts. That's going to bring bad karma to whatever.
The terrorist excuse. Well, they're terrorists. That's why we have to go kill them. And if other people die, well, it's a shame.
You can't negotiate. You can't negotiate with terrorists. Don't even talk to them. Just take them out. Take them out.
Those guys on NSA's radio are terrorists.
Yeah, we're terrorists because we question the official narrative. Israel's kind of treated Palestine like they're animals. They're born under terrorism. Even their people, their children are going to grow up to be terrorists. I mean, it's horrible what's been going on over in that area for a long, long time. So this didn't start yesterday.
Hey, Todd, do you remember that girl? Her name escapes my mind. I tweeted about her not too long ago, but she was like an American girl that went over to Israel.
Gadot? Oh no, just teasing.
No, Wonder Woman. Heck no. She's an Israeli. It's welcome in America and welcome.
Oh, Gal Gadot is a propaganda tool. Yeah, beautiful sex symbol.
Yeah,
Wonder Woman.
She's incredible looking. I'll say that much.
And
wow.
She's Israeli. Yeah, and she's Wonder Woman. So
yeah, she's Wonder Woman.
Who isn't with Wonder Woman? But Wonder Woman's on the right side. No.
She can tie me up.
What side Wonder Woman's on? Exactly, the golden halo. Yeah, the golden lasso.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman's on the right side. But go on.
But do you remember this girl? I think her name was Corey something or something Corey, and the Israelis. She's like standing in front, like Tiananmen Square. That old picture. But this time, instead of stopping the bulldozer, they just ran her over and killed her in cold blood.
Was this something that's happened recently?
It was years ago. Let me look it up real quick. Let's see.
She was kind of the face of Israeli, kind of how harsh they treat the Palestinians. She was kind of like became the poster child of harsh Israeli treatment or whatever.
Her name was Rachel Corrie, and this went down in 2003. She was in the Gaza Strip. They were demolishing.
Oh yeah,
Palestinian houses.
I remember they were going through the West Bank in tanks.
Yeah, she gets in front, goes stop, stop, and they just ran her over in cold blood. An American citizen, how dare they? That is the arrogance of the Zionism.
You know, Israel calls like raiding, not raiding, but kind of like taking care of the Palestinians, like mowing the lawn. You know, occasionally they have to go out and mow the lawn. You know, drive over their settlements with tanks, and terrorists getting out of control. It's nuts what's going on over there, man.
And they'll say
I don't
like
this red heifer. I don't like this red heifer stuff that's going on.
Oh, red
going
heifer.
to Texas to find all these red heifers, and then Texas finally supplied the red heifers. And the red heifers are only good for so long, Daniel. Did you know that the red heifers have to be between a certain age when the ritual goes down?
No, I did not.
So when you find the cow, the red cow, it has to be in this age. So if the end of the world doesn't happen and the cow gets too old, then it's no good anymore. And they paid millions of dollars for these red cows. So they're hoping that this big batch they bought recently, the end of the world's coming in.
And we will talk about the red heifer some more in a moment. I did want to touch on this other follow-up news story. If I can get this stupid pop-up out of the way. You know what? I don't even need a news article for this one because I remember. So the House of Representatives, they are close to passing, or they've already passed it, but they are they're voting for more aid targeted at Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and Gaza. So we're going to aid Israel, and we're going to aid Gaza, and we're going to aid... Well, why don't we just aid Russia while we're at it? We can aid Russia and Ukraine, right? And help them both. That way the war will never end and much, much more people will die. Clint, what do you think of that? Insanity? I mean, we're funding everybody now.
I was just frantically typing in the thing. We've been aiding Russia for this whole time.
Why?
The intelligence agencies made Russia. The Masons made Russia. The Illuminized Masons made Russia. You know, in '97, Billary gave fucking. Me and Todd were talking about this on one episode about. I was mentioning how Billary gave fucking Russia like I think it was $7 billion in '97 for the
$7 billion? Why would they need all that? Aren't they strong?
The Kama River Truck Factory, which was a UN military factory that it's like how Todd was saying how that road to the middle, this one road in the Middle East in the 80s was built by America just so the Russians could roll their tanks in. It's all just part of the New World Order. It's the plan of the communists is to quote unquote redistribute the wealth and to quote unquote basically they're at war with quote unquote capitalism, and that their devotees are given half truths and believe in the goals of the communist New World Order, and that that's why they're making all these things happen in these countries, because so they can initially implement socialism, and eventually it will all be communism.
Okay, what do you think of Putin though? Like, is he against this stuff? Because he's come out and he's talked about things that he almost sounds like us, like talking about
psychological warfare.
Is he controlled opposition?
Well, in the intelligence game in America, there is no former or retired intelligence officers, and he's quote unquote former KGB. I guarantee that he is KGB, and the KGB is the Vatican Intelligence Agency, which is our I wouldn't doubt that if you did a Freedom of Information Act on Putin, that he would be a Knight de Malta under the Vatican.
Well, he is a hardcore Catholic, like a lot of Russians nowadays, but they're aren't they a different orthodoxy, like Eastern Russian Orthodox?
Well, the churches operate the same as the secret societies. They all have cells, different versions of the mission that are all conflicting with each other to create the synthesis of the mission. It's like their goals are all. See, it's like the communists. They'll all use Christianity as a tool to convert people into communism by saying Jesus was a socialist or communist, or they'll a bunch of them in the books were like, oh well, if Jesus was alive he'd be a Marxist, and it's like that. Well, then they convert the atheists with these closed-minded looped ideas of freaking how they think quote unquote capitalism works. And that they have this idea of, oh, there's warehouses with buildup of products, and the proletariat is so broke, and that it's they don't understand. Well, first of all, the symptoms of a socialist communist country is paper money, and that it's against the constitutional standard of gold and silver, and that we're being leached off by this paper money through the inflation that is simply they just print off as much as they want and give it to other countries. Wayne Cooper even documented that I think it was Billary gave Russia the plates to print $100 bills, and Cooper was going over all the coin books because they used to have collector coin books that would say the number of.
So he gave Clinton gave the Russians the plates so they could counterfeit our own money, so they could print as much money as they wanted and do whatever evil against us that they could do.
Yeah,
I mean, literally, that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, that's it's all coordinated under the authority of the UN Security Council, under the authority of its undersecretary. And,
one story we never told on End of Days Radio is how the United States built the Soviet Union. I just didn't think the End of Days Radio audience could take it. But eventually, I think we're going to get around to the United States. You can't handle the truth.
You're hurting us.
The United States built the Soviet Union. I mean, literally, from the beginning. When I say the United States, I don't just mean us. I mean the Western powers and all the Illuminati and the Masons. But Masons are everywhere. The Masons are everywhere. If they're good, sure, then why is the world going bad? Because they're involved in every single facet of our society. And I'm not saying every Mason's bad. I'm saying the organization itself, the head must have so much power and intelligence. It must know what's going on. Wouldn't you think they kind of know what's going on? The Pope, the Masons, the Illuminati, the fucking...
Yeah. Well, check out this comment from Chad real quick.
Central bankers, yeah.
Check out this comment from our buddy Chad Warren. He says...
Oh, yeah, Chad. How are you, Chad?
He says, Putin's Rasputin is Alexander Dugin, who is the Alex Jones of Russia. He's a chaos maze. Never heard of the guy. Never heard of the guy.
Well, I'd bet that Alexander Dugin is...
Dugin is like Dugin is like the modern day philosopher, conspiracy philosopher over in Russia.
This is by far the funniest fucking show we had, dude. Like the most informative, but funny. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I'm laughing.
It's funny. It's good. Dr. Robert, your stuff is so good. If you put this in a book, man, I'm buying that.
Because a lot of that dude is like it's me just paraphrasing other people, dude.
Who?
Yep. Well, back in the
other people, dude. None of that shit is new, dude.
What?
I just paraphrase other people, dude. Like I'm not really like.
You're putting it together, though. You're putting it together. You're putting it together, making an argument out of it.
But it's the way you put it together. It's the story it's the way you put it together. It's the story you're telling. I'll tell you, one of my favorite parts is when you were talking about Charlie Manson and the Mothman prophecies and how it connects back to West Virginia. And man, that's good shit. But tonight, every night, Dr. Robert, you are delivering, wow, just incredible. I love the way you're putting your story together.
I love it, man. I'm glad you guys love it, man. I'm glad you guys love it.
Yeah, it's better than I ever thought it would turn out to be. Much better.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, back to the world government thing. see, it's like
So,
remember how
so Dr. Robert, hold on, Clint. Dr. Robert, are you familiar with the line of thought that Clint and I roll down all the time? The one world government, the globalists, the bankers.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. I believe a lot of
Okay.
that.
Oh no, I believe it. It's historically documented. Rockefellers and
let me explain where I think we differ on. But me and Dan don't differ. They're racist. It's a white supremacist system. Other than that, though, everything
we don't. I agree with you. They're racist. You think I'm not with you there? I'm with you. They're racist. I ain't with racists.
Yeah.
I can't stand racists.
Sometimes we disagree, man.
Personally, I hate racists.
Disagree.
I hate racists of any color or creed.
Oh yeah. It's like
I hate racists of any color or creed.
I know that, man. You wouldn't be talking to me, but I'm saying though, like a lot of people don't think like white supremacy is that prevalent. That's what I'm saying.
Not prevalent. Dr. Robert, it's not that it's not that prevalent. The average person is not thinking along those lines. Maybe white supremacy is ingrained in certain areas, but every single person isn't part of the deep, core, gross white supremacist movement.
Of course not. But I think like when we're talking about like Nazis and shit.
Well, hold on. The Nazis,
like mind control and shit. I think we've all been brainwashed, dude. Most definitely. But like in that brainwashing, man, we've all done things we regret and that are horrible, dude. It doesn't absolve us, dude. Like we still have to pay for that shit karmically to some respects, dude.
Well, no, I don't, Dr. Robert. I don't. Hold on, Clint. Hold on. I don't expect some child born today to pay some price. Some kid that's born today that never knew what was going on to have some karmic debt hung around his neck for something he didn't do. That it doesn't work like that.
Can I explain something to you though? It depends on what perspective you come from. Are you familiar with Hinduism?
If he's born into a rich family, he's guilty. If he's born as a poor child, he might be on the
that's karma. That's
in
karma.
the middle there somewhere.
Hold on. All right, my turn to say something here.
I believe in karma, but
guys, let's let Clint get in there real quick. He's kind of struggling to get a hold of the mic. Go ahead, Clint.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the secret societies that started the Nazis, that control England, that do all this stuff, they believe in this thing called the 12 tribes of Israel, and that they exterminated Jewish people because of that belief. And they also believe that black people are the tribe of Seth, and that they adhere to these Abrahamic religions, and they brainwash the masses with these Abrahamic religions. And that the
Joseph Smith believes that believed that black people had the mark of Cain on them.
Yeah, I remember.
That's why they were black.
I want to read something real quick.
And he wouldn't give the priesthood to black people until 1976.
That was not just Joseph Smith. That was a common belief held amongst people in America at the time. A lot of slave owners and people like that justified it by using that exact argument.
That's the hermeneutical circle shit again.
Joseph Smith wouldn't give the black people the priesthood in the Mormon church. Like you would want to be black and become a priest in the Mormon church. I'm like, okay, go ahead, go for it. But in 1976, the Mormon church gave the blacks the ability to hold the priesthood.
I know you know better.
Changed their view on the mark of Cain.
I've never met one black Mormon in my whole life.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them.
Karl Malone's a Mormon, the basketball player.
Really?
Yeah, he's a Mormon.
They didn't really let
Oh yeah, Karl Malone's Mormon to the gills. When you flash that money in front of you, you become Mormon really fast.
Let me just point real quick.
Hey, sorry, y'all. I haven't been able to pay attention. Thank you, Dr. Robert, and everybody. I just now started listening a bit. I've been hanging with my friends. It's hard for me to be on Fridays, but I just wanted to chime in. I heard Dr. Robert talking about the white supremacy issue, and I just wanted to say that, yes, I definitely struggle. I don't want to hear anything about how, me as a white person is the cause of all this problem. But at the same time, Dr. Robert's super quality person. So I just have to figure out how to accept that he's taken that tack. He's going that direction in the argumentation. Because I certainly understand I don't. Yes, it's horrible, black slavery. All I care about is as long as that anti-white sentiment can be channeled into we're a team as humans. I don't even give a flip about America. So if we're going to play poker. If we can come to some kind of agreement, I mean, we're kidding around, but I'm just saying, at what point will the blacks ever be satisfied that the whites have given them their due? That's the only problem.
I can answer that question. We just real simple because we told you time and time again. But I want to mention something too: reparations. Pay what you owe. And it's not you, it's the U.S. government. I also want to mention something else, and certain people who own slaves.
Who's going to decide who's going to decide what the reparations are?
For the longest. I mean, Todd, I've been wanting to say something for the longest. Let me get this out real quick, please.
For sure.
When we're talking about like a self, or like I'm not responsible as a person, what makes you think you exist? In Hinduism, see, that's the joke. That's how Hindus solve the problem of evil, basically. They say, like, they don't say you exist or God doesn't exist. They say you don't exist. God is the only reality. Like what you're witnessing here, everything came from one. Maya, what you're witnessing here basically is God playing hide and seek with himself. That's the way.
I love that. I love that, Dr. Robert. That's incredible.
I want him to finish.
So when you say like, why is God letting that child suffer in Africa and shit like that? He's not letting anybody suffer. That's only God doing that to himself. And all these things that are happening, what you witness right now, that's the equilibrium. Like when you have actions in karma, you disturb the pond, right? And nothing can return to normal until the dust settles. So it has nothing to do
but Dr. Robert, that pond's been disturbed so many times, and not just towards black people. White people have been subjected to bullshit the whole time too. There's a tiny elite that subject people to this shit over and over. The poor people sit at the bottom.
Yeah, true.
They're not the ones running the program.
100%. You're 100% correct. The whole thing is though, like, we have laws here, right? Like we have instances, dude, right, where Japanese were paid.
Here in the United States, we have laws. Yeah, reparations.
Right now, and the fucking Germans did it. Don't you understand?
Japanese off my money.
Yeah, from somebody else's perspective, doesn't that look unjust?
The problem, Dr. Robert, is today.
You'd rather give millions of dollars to a group of people who you never wronged. That was straight up fucking
Dr. Robert. No, Dr. Robert. They tell us.
And I'm done.
Guys, I'm sorry. Everybody's trying to fire off at once, which is fine. We're trying to have a debate, but I'm just thinking, how can we do this where we can make sure like we can get more of a back and forth going? I think that we should take turns. Let's see what. I think Chad he had something to say. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, thank you, Danielle. I actually want to kind of connect with Dr. Robert because I was reading the Vampires of Venice. But he's talking about how this idea of sacrifice, human sacrifice, is connected to economics. And how that came from the idea that you had God is the total, and anything in the physical world, God had to make a sacrifice for us to be. So I think where we have to yield to Dr. Robert is that we are dealing with a justice system of pluses and minuses and who's responsible for this and that. So I think that's where the way these people that run the world design it is where we don't realize we're halfway in agreement with Dr. Robert, even though in this other sense, like as far as race, I'm like, I don't think about race. I think all of us should be Americans. But I think that
I'm in total agreement with Dr. Robert. I'm not against Dr. Robert. I hear his argument and I know what he is saying is true.
I know you do.
Racists are straight up have been here in charge for a long time. So I feel Dr. Robert, and I'm down with what he's putting down here. But the point that I'm not down with is who's going to decide who gives reparations. I can't have Bo Jiden, a racist, deciding who's going to get reparations. That's ridiculous.
Amen.
That's ridiculous. The guy that praised the leader of the Ku Klux Klan as a great man, the Grand Wizard, he's going to give the reparations to it's ridiculous. We don't have a government that can fairly give reparations.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I agree with that. That's hypocritical. That's hypocritical, dude. I totally agree with that. Like you have no argument from that. That is a real good fucking point. It's kind of slimy. I get where you're coming from.
So, go on, Chad.
Looks like we lost Chad. Actually, he just kind of fell off. But hey, you know, this is a great discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Robert. Did you want to?
I appreciate Chad saying that too, man. You know, like I'm not trying to make anyone feel comfortable. That's why I try to get you guys to view it. Take whiteness out of it. Take yourselves out of it. You know, one way I talk about things is see yourself above the problem. Like look down on this if you're alien visitors and just watching what's going on. That's the objective. That's the objective perspective. Rawls does that when he writes his theory of justice. He creates like the reasonable person, where you kind of like take yourselves outside of actually being part of that community and that society, and you observe it from the outside, from what we all believe is a universal moral code. And then you let that code decide without being a respecter of who and what they are. Just even if blacks did that to whites, if the world, I would respect the same fucking thing, just from a moral perspective. That's all I'm saying, dude. You guys didn't do shit. That's true as fuck. You guys have been born into a fucked up system that's kind of manipulated you into doing certain things. That's true as fuck. You know what I mean? But some of the benefits that have been enjoyed have been at the expense of certain people. And I mean like horrible fucking atrocities, dude. That's the point I'm making. I'm not trying to make
Dr. Robert, I'm a big believer in this thing they say where like just about everybody has a little bit of that subconscious racism going on.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't help but have it.
White, black, Mexican, Asian, Native American. Like, have you seen that Spike Lee? I think it's from one of his movies where they're going to like the Italian guy, then the Mexican guy, then the black guy. They're all just like saying all this race.
That's do the right thing.
Do the right thing. Okay, yeah, that man, what a statement with that scene in that movie. That's so true. Like that's something people need to look at. Like, and the nice thing is Spike Lee, he's not just saying like white people are racist. He's highlighting how like everybody's got this bad fucking poison in them.
Yeah, it poisons us all, dude. And it's just hard to repair. That's why we have to deprogram ourselves. But more than that, we have to believe that we're capable of deprogramming ourselves. Like we have to make effort. That's why I talk about discipline a lot. That's you know, it's all about. That's what Mario's talking about earlier. You know, like tarot card, like having the discipline. That's what it's all about, man. Like discipline, doing your research, studying, reading the right people, taking it in, observing society. You know, taking your emotions out of it, dude, and being able to make correct moral decisions that are more in line with the world of answers than it is with the world of questions, basically.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to move on to the next news story. That was an excellent discussion. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and get into this. I know that we probably shot our load already, but let's go ahead and talk about it anyway. This is from freepresskashmir.news. Massive altar prepared for red heifer sacrifice ritual in Jerusalem as Israel imports cows from Texas to fulfill ancient biblical prophecy. Reports emerge of a massive altar being prepared in Jerusalem. This ancient ritual dating back to the time of Moses and steeped in religious significance has captured the attention of observers worldwide. According to Jewish tradition, a perfectly red heifer is required for a ritual purification necessary for the construction of a third temple in Jerusalem. The construction of this temple is a fervent desire for some radical Jewish groups who believe it will lead to the arrival of the Messiah. Now, I can get down with that. I've been waiting for the Messiah, and these Messianic Jews, I've always liked a lot better than the like Zionist type of Jews that are all like Israel, Israel, Israel. Like one Jewish rabbi said to me one time, he said, Daniel, you're on the right track. So many of us, we're all about, Israel, the state of Israel. But everybody that's spouting off about Israel should be talking about Messiah, 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 Messiah. So, but never mind that. We're talking about the red heifer here. Kind of strange. I've heard that the actual sacrifice is just around the corner. Today is the 19th, and supposedly it's supposed to go down on the 22nd. What do you think of that, Chad?
Oh man, the red heifer. I really think it is a big deal. And I just commented backstage that what do you think about how InfoWars both had the guy on that is raising the heifers, so they were promoting him, but then they're also calling that into question. I mean, that's just my big question. And I asked John Brisson personally. I'm not going to say what he said in the direct message on Twitter, but he's really been focusing as somebody who was Gnostic and now is more Christian because he learned that the whole Alice Bailey, all the New Age stuff is like, well, after we kill all the people, then we get to go to the Star Trek, what kind of peace and love. So I think it definitely, like Jason Brashears is talking about second horseman of the apocalypse, second seal is the next thing to go. I definitely believe that they are heavily broadcasting. Those events are going on. I expect that this stuff in Israel is coming to pass. I'm not afraid of it because I think there is all of this equally, anti all that. But yeah, that's going on.
What about you, Clint? This is getting kind of creepy, isn't it? This stuff about the red heifers.
Well, I would say that the red heifer is most likely Moloch, and that the Hebrews were practicing like an onslaught of various religions combined, and that
Babylonian.
And that the origins. See what the Masons term profane in their definitions of it. They speak of it often with multiple religions, but see, it's like. When say like for Greek example where each deity was a planet and so on and so forth, and that was somewhat of a ancient science in a way, and that the Masons talk about certain religions that take something that was once a science and symbology and then they turn it into a literal belief of the such thing, and then it becomes this insanity that it's like a runaway train of culture that it's feeding itself and it's going its own direction with assumptions, and it's toxic culture, the same toxic culture that was described in the biblical terms with the they spoke of it in a different way because of their lack of adjectives, but the Babylon culture of everything in ancient Babylon is going on now in the whole world, basically, and that this culture was seen as the whore of Babylon, the culture itself, and that
it was King Nebuchadnezzar. That's where my name Chad comes from.
That's interesting. Nebuchadnezzar.
Right on. Chad, I'm so glad to see you on here. You are a thinking man. Right on.
Yeah, love having Chad on.
Yeah,
glad you're joining the panel here.
Yeah, well, are they going to do that red heifer thing on a certain day, or is that like
on this red heifer thing?
Which would fall on a Monday for us. I'm not sure. Maybe it's their Sunday. I might have my time zones backwards.
What day is this happening?
The 22nd of this month. That's the rumor.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised if
they're not ready yet. They're hoping. It's not the 22nd.
Well, I got it off of X, so.
I bet you it's the starting period of a date.
They have to have other things fall in line. Everything has to be, in line. There's so many specifications when this ritual goes down. Whoever's handling it cannot have been in contact with a dead person for like a year or something. The red heifers have to have red eyelashes too. Their eyes, the cow's eyelashes have to be red. There's so many specifications for this thing.
Weren't we just talking about
Maybe they can put some makeup on them.
Man.
About his dream or something?
What's that, Dr. Robert? What's that, Dr. Robert?
Weren't we just talking about Nebuchadnezzar earlier in the show about his dream or something?
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't that Clint brought that up.
He was a pagan.
No, it was the guest.
Yeah.
Wasn't Nebuchadnezzar? Was he part of Babylon? Was he a Babylonian ruler?
And that's Daniel's dream, like the one Daniel was interpreting his dream. That's the one that's the thing that Daniel was subject to. That's the synchronicity, huh, Dan?
Oh, absolutely. There were
sevens all over the show tonight. That's a synchronicity.
Oh, 7 archangels.
7's the number of God, yeah.
7 archangels, because it's interesting. He said like tarot came from Kabbalah.
7's the number of days in the week.
Kabbalah a lot lately, kind of like brushing back up on it. And like according to Kabbalah, man, like everything, the whole universe is made out of fucking angels. And
to the Greeks, there were only 7 planets. They only had 7 planets in the beginning.
7 archangels.
2. Yeah, so 7 archangels.
Yeah, so what's basically happening is that like you have like I think it's Raziel, and he's the first primordial angel. He's the actual vessel that God created to carry the light. And then once the light was filled in his vessel, he just shattered and broke into all the other pieces. And that's where you get like the billions of angels from. It kind of sounds like the Big Bang Theory, huh?
1,000 points of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say every star is an angel.
Yeah.
I think
Crowley said every man, woman, and child is a star.
Remember, yeah, we're Stardust, but physics says that.
And Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young did a song called "We Are Stardust, We Are Golden."
About stars. Does the Christian cross connect to like a star when it shoots at that light that goes sideways and up?
Yeah.
Well, the Christian cross, I believe that it originally wasn't a cross at all, but just a stake. If you look at the Greek word that's in the original Greek New Testament, it is the word in Greek for stake, like a stick, a single. There was no the original Christians didn't have a cross. That whole cross thing was implemented by the
Roman Catholics. The Romans.
Yeah.
Who do we got here joining us?
Bobby and Two Crows. We got a new panel member. Hello, Bobby and Two Crows.
All right.
Hi, guys.
What's going on, Bobby?
I've been seeing the Daniel's channel for a month now, and it's pretty educating. Like I've been informed of stuff I've never thought of, and also I've watched the other guy that talks about the Constitution and that stuff. It's been.
You mean Clint Eastwood?
Yeah.
He's cool as hell.
Yeah. So my interests are basically I've read a lot of Crowley. I've read a lot about.
How did you come across Crowley? How old are you?
I'm 24. I'm
24. You're young.
Yeah.
When did you first find him? How old were you when you found a book by Crowley?
Oh, right. We're getting the new generation.
How old were you?
Can you repeat it?
Go wrong, kid.
How old were you when you first found a book by Crowley?
Let me think about it. So the first one was Magic in Theory and Practice.
Oh, that's a great book.
Yeah. I heard about the blue brick, like I was like 19 probably.
19, so 5-6 years ago. Not long.
Yeah.
So you've been in magic a little while. You believe in magic?
I do believe in magic in a special way.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Honduras.
Honduras. There you go. You know what? My wife's from Honduras. So
nice.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Oh, another synchronicity.
Have you ever drank ayahuasca?
No, I've never drank ayahuasca, but I've tried.
Have you done any drugs?
Todd.
Have you ever tried mushrooms?
Yeah, I've taken mushrooms. I've taken LSD.
Let's
ketamine.
not get this gentleman arrested in his country.
By 24, you're an adult now. Yeah, you might be thrown in prison in Honduras for using mushrooms, probably, like it was in the United States.
Are you calling from Honduras?
Yeah, I'm calling from Honduras.
Wow.
The reception is
Wow.
good, dude. The reception is
All
super
right,
good.
you're our Honduras. Hey, when we want to know what's going on in Honduras, we're going to resort to you every weekend. All right.
Yeah, it's all right.
When we want to know how papayas are doing, we're going to call.
Hey
on
Dan,
you.
didn't we break another record on Twitter?
For what? For live viewers?
Yeah.
Not quite. We had 380 last week, and we're pulling in about 340 right now.
Last week is cool.
Not bad with numbers, man. Like real bad.
So, what do you think about the show? What do you think about the show, our new young one?
Well, so I consume a lot of occult content. Like I don't really follow much content besides like academic occult. Like
You just want magic and occult and Lovecraft and Golden Dawn and Crowley, right? Well, we can give you some of that here.
Yeah, so
Dr. Robert's exposing how Crowley influenced our whole country, the intelligence agency. So you got that going over here.
So the program started appearing on my feed on Facebook, on YouTube, like YouTube
started coming up on your feed, yeah.
So I started watching since it's kind of it's things that I consume. I do see a lot of podcasts and hear like 4 hours straight.
Do you practice magic?
Yeah, I do.
What kind of magic do you do? The basic rituals?
I'm interested though.
Yeah. So my favorites have been like Lovecraftian magic, like straight up just one candle. Yeah.
Why not?
Then the Necronomicon. And since I'm not really like a theist, I go about that approach that like Lovecraft said these weren't real, but they have this power that I don't know. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're onto that Lovecraft, that Necronomicon. That it could be real or it maybe isn't, but it doesn't matter.
I want to hear what Bobby has to say. What is it that makes him believe in this stuff since he's atheist?
Well, it's basically I try to go through the route of believing that these manage my subconscious, and it's like some kind of preparation for real things. For example, like setting the mindset, because I'm kind of a chaos magician, so I go around a lot of places. Yeah,
chaos magician, go
a lot of places. So since I'm like in a lot of places at the same time, I'm able to like plant little seeds for.
Let me say something really quick. Mm-hmm. They took 2 teams of people to test whether visualization worked. 2 basketball teams, and they made one team visualize making the throws for 24 hours straight. Every time they shot a free throw, they made it. The other team, they didn't tell them to do anything. The team that visualized making the throws out through the team that didn't visualize it. Magic is visualization. Magic is visualization, a large part of it. So keep going.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah, Dr. Robert, go ahead. Your turn.
What's your name again, young sir?
I'm Robert as well, Bobby.
Oh wow,
Bobby. Robert, 2 Roberts.
Oh, synchronicity. Hey, now let me ask you a question. Have you had any experiences lately that unnerved you?
That's why I noticed your behavior.
Can you repeat that?
I'm saying, if you had any experiences as of late with magic or spirits that has unnerved you.
Spooked you.
Oh, like spooky things. Like fish. Yeah. Once. So
what happened?
This like 4 years ago, I was watching Naruto like a normal person. And I have this ball that is used to make exercise. Like it's the ball that people like inflate. It's filled with air, and you can do like push-ups. I don't know, like exercise and stuff with it.
Exercise
So
ball.
I was like, yeah. So I was kind of falling into a trance when watching Naruto. And I was like very relaxed, and for a moment on the ball, it started like morphing. Like it has some textures.
It was
It's
moving.
very
The ball was moving.
He said
No,
morphing.
no.
Morphing.
Yeah, morphing. Like like the textures
It was
in the
changing
ball.
Are
shapes
you
and stuff.
laying on it? Are you standing on it? What are you doing? Are you laying back on it? What?
I'm on my. I'm lying down on my bed, and the ball's beside the bed, and it's pretty big.
You're not even touching it.
Yeah, I'm not touching it. It's a big ball, so it's
Go on.
like at the height of my.
You're not touching the ball.
Yeah, not at
Go
all.
on.
So I'm watching it, and the textures, like it has like textures on it, which are like circular, plastic ridges.
Weird rubber texture. Weird rubber texture around the outside.
Yeah, it's like for you not to slip if you're using it. It's like circles. It's circles, and these circles start like morphing and making a figure. And the figure that I saw is this like Joker figure, like from like the playing cards, like the same one that you see in normal like playing cards.
Playing cards.
Oh dang!
Yeah,
You saw some kind of trickster demon.
Yeah, and it was a straight up like the texture moved to form exactly the figure, and the figure didn't move at all. It just was there.
So you were seeing the fabric of reality moving in front of you.
And did you shit your pants?
That's what I think.
Yeah,
Did you
I've seen that.
Did you shit your pants?
Not at all. I'm pretty happy.
No, he was happy to see some confirmation magic's real.
He saw the actual Joker, because the Joker is like a real entity, and the comic book Joker is just based on the real one.
Yeah, he saw behind the scenes.
I just want to give Bobby props for sharing his story, because this is an awkward thing where I'm not a practitioner. I just learn about this stuff, and I respect people that do practice this stuff. But we just want to find out what the truth is. So I appreciate it.
Well, Martian Medicine Man says magic is real, but also demonic. And then he says,
yeah, Martian Medicine Man believes that Jesus is the only way to get to heaven too. So,
I think it's the.
I guess on Mars they believe in Jesus too. Yeah.
Todd's been on the road tonight. You have not been pulling any motherfucking punches, dude. I love it.
No, I'm letting it all hang out. I love everybody here. I love everybody here, and I'm not pulling any punches. I love all you guys.
Well, in the Sioux tribe, there's this concept of the sacred clown, and it's called the Heyoka, and that
that's that clown in the Doors, right? The movie.
I'm not sure. It's
no, it's Doors, man.
What's a Native American?
And what Kama Sutra did you say? What?
In the Sioux tribe.
Sioux tribe. Oh yeah. No, the Indians have a position known as the clown position in the American Southwest.
Yeah,
they actually have an Indian that's known as the clown. He comes out and gives the news to the tribe. Literally, he gives the news. And he's a clown, and he.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Sorry to pull you off temporarily, but I did want to move on to the next news story while we still have time. Looks like Taylor Swift has dropped a new album called The Tortured Poets Department. Reminds me of that movie from back in the day called The Dead Poets Society. And it looks like she's dropping a Kim Kardashian diss track. As you guys know, there's been heat between Taylor Swift and Kim Kardashian for years and years now, ever since Kanye West kind of interrupted Taylor Swift getting an award and offended her. So they've been throwing jabs back and forth. But Taylor Swift's at the height of her career, and she just dropped a new album. And the only reason I bring this up is I'm just wondering what sort of occult symbology there is inside. It seems like everything that Taylor Swift does has to do with some kind of occult symbology. You know, the number 13, all this stuff going on with the Super Bowl, the little ritual they did with Ice Spice sitting behind her doing the little satanic sign of the horn signals. I'm wondering if I was to pick through these tracks, I wonder if I would find all kinds of goodies in there, but I just can't do it because her music's kind of bad. But what do you think about that, Clint?
Well, I'd bet that I bet she's a member of one or multiple various secret societies, and that the secret societies have a way with, you know, making people popular and so on and so forth. Like Marilyn Manson was a Satanist and a Mason. Well, not confirmed Mason, but he's pictured with the Masonic ring. And that many like artists and stuff, the whole music industry is extremely littered with occultists, you know, giving promises to other occultists who are members of the same lodges or tabernacles or, you know, covens or, you know, whatever group they're in. And that you know, they're crafting the culture, and that they're literally making what's popular not because it's actually popular, but because they're members. It's just like when L. Ron Hubbard's initiates, they all bought like 100 copies of his book, you know, and that like they made his book hit number 1 on the charts, but it wasn't really number 1. It was because the influence of his initiates, or the influence, you know, like I know somebody who's a 32nd degree Mason, and their business, they had some simple business fucking doing some simple ass shit, and like fucking their business skyrocketed, and then fucking now they own like a fucking like a house mortgage or a house real estate business, and they bought a spot in a big city right downtown, and it's like, you know, they used the secret society to elevate their position in society, and that's why I'm always mentioning that the 7 tiers of classism from the Mithraic schools, where, you know, the people at the highest tier, you know, we can never become those famous artists or high up in politics or anything because we're not at that tier, and that this system that's being used is, you know, it's socialism, and that's these 7 classes are, you know, it's a complex system which has been sugar coated and, you know, relabeled, and, you know, all this logic that's, you know, I've been reading the the book called "You Can Trust the Communists to Be Communists," and they give examples of how the communists sugarcoat all this logic, and then how in the real world that's not how it works, and that fucking all these political theories and stuff, you know, have been like extremely elaborated on by all these top professors and all this stuff, but all these professors and all these initiates are all fucking Marxist, socialist, communists, and fucking their goal of the secret societies, the goal of the great work of the Illuminati is world socialist communist government. And all the fucking, everybody's seen those communist countries with their whole fancy, you know, they got these fancy musical selections, all these, they put all this effort into this music scene that, you know.
No, Chris is coming here. There's Chris.
It's like that, it's Chad's exercising his white privilege. We need to whoop his ass. No.
Wait, I'm not following. What are y'all talking about?
I'm just messing around. My point though is that my point though is that This world government, these secret societies they're perpetuating this classism. They're putting their own on the highest tiers of society. You know, like Eminem, the rapper, Eminem, Master Mason, Marilyn Manson, Master Mason. You know, that he sits on a chair in one of the concerts, and it's a Masonic, Master of Ceremonies chair or whatnot. You know, it's like this whole concept of the music industry. You know, it's not. You know, it's been controlled in a way in modern times to where they're all arms of the industrial military complex, and that I wouldn't doubt that Taylor Swift is some kind of possible, brainwashee of some sort of military program, or possibly having her lyrics engineered or written by like some kind of high psychologists that are trying
AI.
to introduce. Possibly, yeah. I mean, the whole AI. Well, the guy earlier, he was saying how the AI. I was going with his theory. That's basically my theory, where they just teach the AI how to make it appear like it's thinking. And
that was me. I brought that up with Searle.
Yeah, and that they're going to use it.
The Chinese room argument.
Well, it's like the AI is part of their goal of the transhumanism, which is. And the secular humanism, which is, that they make the God, and the new God is the AI, and the new God is man, and all the, these whole ideologies are how the secret societies wield the masses like a weapon, which can be, exterminated at its will by the communist rulers, just like in the movie Conan with the fucking dude the snake dude that tells the lady to walk up the cliff.
Most definitely.
All right, let's talk to Chad real quick. His friend wants to say something about Taylor Swift.
Jimmy, shush. Oh, hey, just want to introduce this to my friend Jake. He's a U.S. Marine combat veteran, and he's into like ultimate fighting, and he is a fan of Andrew Tate, and that's kind of where he has gotten riled up about the Taylor Swift thing, and he's going to say what he wants to say.
Oh yeah, Andrew Tate posted a video, and I kind of became aware of the situation. So Taylor Swift, for the last couple of years, has had really satanic performances going on, really weird looking rituals on her live performances. People are just brushing over it. I want to mention two different songs that if you look them up, and they're just outright blasphemy. One of them, the lyrics say exactly, "I break out of heaven for you," and so that's just putting a man like humans over God, right? And an eternity, in heaven. But she would break out of heaven for you, right? So that's blasphemy. And then we got another song that's saying, "Karma is a god, karma is my boyfriend." Listen, gentlemen, there is one true God, and it's not karma. Okay, so for you to be out here preaching to the masses that karma is a god, karma is your boyfriend, etc., and you got 14 million kids listening to this,
you have an agenda.
There's an agenda. I'm sure she listens to somebody. So yeah, that's just what I want to say. It's outright blasphemy. It's on the radio every day. Kids are singing along to it. Karma is a god. I'd break out of heaven for you. Kids singing right along to that. They get in a car wreck. And boom, now they're another person in the army, in Satan's army, because, they were just singing outright blasphemy, had no clue. So I just want to let y'all know Taylor Swift isn't what she seems.
Excellent. Yeah, I have to agree with that. That's a very astute observation about that particular song. I've heard that song come on the radio, and I have to agree. There's something a little weird about that. Like, why is she thinking about karma? We know that the elite are trying to escape their karma.
She could be definitely a Luciferian who believes that she is the embodiment of the deity, and that that's why she fell from heaven, is because Lucifer fell from heaven.
I don't know anything about Taylor Swift.
I'm glad you brought me back on. Chad, what you drinking over there, sir?
Hey, I have the finest of 18-year-old woman drinks. I have Smirnoff Ice Pink.
Smirnoff Ice Pink.
Oh man, you just like me, man.
There's no way I could do that. There's no way I could do that.
I'm not into beer and shit. I like the girl drink.
Chad, what's your friend's name? Chad, what's your friend's name?
Yeah, sorry. It's Jake the Snake. No, this is Jake.
Jake the Snake?
Like the wrestler.
Jake Todd, nice Jake, Todd, nice to meet you. Fuck, I'd flex my arms. Fuck, I'll flex my
I
arms
hate
with
to
you,
see
my
his
man.
ass in the alley.
Oh my God, you're ripped.
I hate to see that ass in the
Whoa,
alley.
you're ripped. Oh, shit. I'm kind of ripped too, but nothing like that.
Yeah, I didn't sit
Fuck,
on
I'm
nothing.
ripped. Gonna put me on screen, Daniel. I'm ripped.
I don't want to see you in the alley.
But I'm not an ultimate fighter. I'm ripped. Let's
But I
see
will
my
say this
fucking-
about the Taylor Swift shit.
fucking ripped. Now listen, hold on, Dr. Robert. I'm addressing Chad's friend over here. I'm ripped too. Fuck, I'm ripped. Want to see my shit?
Yeah,
You should see my abs. Fuck, let me show my abs.
WrestleMania. All right.
But that's okay. That's
what we're talking about.
I do
I
want
got
to say
some
this
abs
about.
too.
I do
But
want to say
hold on.
Taylor Swift. And this kind of goes with Clint.
I wanted to talk about that part that we were just talking about. I wanted to ask Chad. Hold on. I wanted to ask Chad. Chad,
Jeez,
is
Todd.
it okay that I'm not down with Jesus?
That's personally myself. I'm really cool with God, but this Jesus thing, I think it's just playing the slave role to the Jays.
Whoa.
That's my position.
Open up a can of worms, Todd.
I know. I asked. I know it's going to cause some problems.
Worm open.
Is it okay if I don't believe that Jesus is coming and the devil and everybody, the world's going to come to an end? Can I just live my life without all this fucking end of the world shit? End of days shit?
Well, me and Todd are on the Hopi. Me and Todd are on the Hopi prophecy.
The only thing I'm thinking is that if there is creator, if there was a creator, he created.
If I don't believe that the world's coming to an end and he's coming back and the red heifers have to be here and all that shit, am I going to be?
No. If there was a creator, if somebody did create all of this and he's in charge, and then he saw all of us down here fucking off and doing whatever the fuck we want, don't you think he'd send a messenger to let us know?
But I don't think that you would agree with what Joseph Smith said. What Joseph Smith taught me for the end of the world. So it's kind of like that.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you. Sorry to pull you off panel. I know that the discussion was getting great once again, but we have Al here, and he hasn't been on in a while, and I think he might have something to say. What's going on, Al?
I just called to ask you what you want to know.
Well, let's do it. Are you down to do a news story?
Sure.
Alrighty. Moving forward, it looks like, let's see, which one do I want to do? What do you care more about, 50 Cent or Waco?
Neither one.
Damn it. Flip a coin.
I don't even know who Waco is.
Work with me, like Waco, Texas, Massacre, or 50 Cent.
Let me do this. What do you think of the new P. Diddy situation?
Wow, that's a good question, actually.
You know about the FBI raiding his house, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've had some kind of weird gut feeling about that guy for a while. He's a little
You
weird.
know why they raided his house, right?
Sex trafficking?
Yep.
Yeah.
You do know that when Justin Bieber started hanging out with him, his mom actually sold him to P. Diddy. His mom actually sold him to P. Diddy.
Yuck.
And P. Diddy had his way with him. I've got a video that I don't have it on my phone, but I posted it of a guy. They're at a party and freaking dude's holding the camera, and he's like, "Hey!" And P. Diddy looks up. You can see his hips all going real fast. And then Justin Bieber looks up. "Oh, what's going on?" All fucking out of it.
This is all alleged, by the way. Alleged.
No, this is a video. It's out there.
Yeah,
It's way out there. It's way out there, dude.
I know. I'm just protecting us legally.
All right, I got you.
Yeah. But check this out. Marky Mark says that P. Diddy probably stands for P.P. Diddler.
Well, his original name was Puff Daddy because he was a big crackhead.
Oh, yeah, like Puff the Magic Dragon.
No, when he first came out, he was Sean Combs. That didn't go nowhere. He started doing crack, so he changed his name to Puff Daddy. And then later on, none of that was frowned upon, so he changed it to P. Diddy.
Wasn't he just Puffy for a while?
Probably.
Yeah,
but he was Puff Daddy for a while too.
Yeah, but
he likes to get young up and coming artists and freaking have his way with them.
But we can also combine this with what we know about Epstein Island, as well as the Nixon cult, as well as the what was the one with the kids like Corey Feldman, all those guys.
Corey Feldman and Chris Cornell are putting out a documentary about all that shit, man.
The Process Church, can't forget that. Thanks to our new friend Dana, the Process Church.
That's why they killed fucking Chris Cornell, dude. Him and Corey Feldman are making a documentary about the child pedo shit going on there in Hollywood.
Anybody who has made a child trafficking documentary or attempted to make one has been made an example of.
Yep. I was watching a video earlier today about they murdered Whitney Houston because she was going to be exposing their asses. Some friend of her, what's her name? Shit. Can't remember the name of her friend. But her friend was writing a book about it, exposing them, and freaking Whitney Houston was all helping her out and shit like that. And so they offed her for doing that. And then right just before the lady got her book put out, they offed her and then stole all her freaking material for the book.
Have you seen this thing? Like, I saw this on Reddit a little while ago. I actually saved it. Mariah Carey's sister is coming out and exposing Mariah Carey being involved in, like, this is all alleged, by the way, being involved in satanic sacrifices and stuff like that. It was.
Well, you know what? You don't get to that height in the entertainment industry without going through that. That's a given. You can't get there without going through all that shit, dude. You have to participate or you get nowhere.
But I know what I want to ask you about, Al. I just thought of it. Like, so many of us on the show, you know, we consider ourselves magicians or sorcerers or magic men or magic women or whatever. But you seem to be ardently opposed to this culture that's kind of forming around the show. You don't like this magic stuff. But tell me about this.
Well, I don't agree with it. That's all. I just don't participate in it. I had my little research. I did my research. Todd helped me out with that a lot. He let me read some books and shit like that. And I did some shit that was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Al knows some shit. Al doesn't just know some shit from reading because he wasn't a big reader. He knows some shit because he's connected family-wise. His last name connects him to royal family. His last name connects him to Illuminati. Believe me when I tell you, Al knows what the fuck he's talking about. Al is one of the best guitar players you'll ever.
Hold on, Todd. When I first met you guys, I got to admit, I thought you were both agents. Like, you were both Illuminati agents, and you were assigned.
Probably are. Yeah, we probably are.
But now, see, I finally got over that whole idea, and I've been over it for years now. Now you're telling me this whole time
that's what it really is.
An Illuminati agent, and he's handling us and watching us, and he's feeding us all kinds of stuff.
Al's been telling you for a long time, go check out his last name, Daverin. Go look at the symbols. Go look at the crest. He's Illuminati, but that day he's a good Illuminati. Good Illuminati. He knows things that we don't and we won't be able to understand. I ask him questions all the time. He's a vast source of knowledge, but we're different on that. I read, he just knows for some reason.
All I know is that Al used to talk about magic. He used to talk about Lucifer. He used to say that
he suddenly became born again Christian. He was Christ. Now
because the COVID was a marker for me. It let me know that fucking ends up coming.
Let's try not to talk about that. I know it's part of the story,
right?
But let's just call it the thing that happened or something like that.
The thing that shall not be named. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, guys. It's already past 4 hours, and we need to close out the show. I'm sorry. I know we're having fun, but we'll be back next week. There's a lot of stuff planned for next week. In fact, you know, that appearance on BG Cast, we did we did have to cancel that, and we rescheduled to the 27th of this month on Saturday at 5 p.m. So I do have something important I got to take care of on Friday. So there's not going to be a show. I'm sorry. It's really important. But we will be going on BG Cast. Steve, going on with our buddy Steve, our new buddy Steve. And anybody who's here on this panel, as well as anybody else, are welcome to join me. And we could have fun over on his show. Because he did not just invite me to go on his show. He didn't just contact me for an interview. He actually invited all of us. He wants all of us there. And if anybody can't go, I totally understand. You guys aren't getting paid to do this. You're doing it for fun. If you can't be there, I totally understand. But if you want to get together, we're not doing a show that weekend, but we're going to go on the BG Cast show. But hey, before I get to the rest of the stuff, let's bring everybody back on for one last hurrah and say our goodbyes. Let's get back to Al. You still there, buddy? You're going to have to unmute yourself. There you go. Whoops, I muted you.
No, I did. Yeah, I'm still here.
Hop up on that soapbox. Say whatever you'd like to say to the people, the millions and the millions of the fans out there. Say what you'd like to say to them.
Be excellent to each other. And have a better day than you imagine.
You want to plug your YouTube channel or anything?
Nope.
All right, that's it, huh?
Yep.
Be excellent too. Okay. Keeping it simple. Thank you, Al. Let's see. Who next? Let's talk to Bad Chad. Chad, thank you tonight. You've been a hell of an entertainer.
Well, I just, it's you and everybody here that makes it possible. And I just really, this is my conspiracy church. And I hope that it becomes a WrestleMania for the masses and that we start making it fun to debate again and, not only be entertaining, but have a lot of fun. This is combat veteran Jake handing some African boy some water.
We were protecting oil in that area. Huh.
Fuck
the military.
Wow. And thank you to Jake.
Hear that? Look at this. Look at this. This is a front right here. This right here is a front for protecting oil. Just so y'all know. Lots of oil being leaked in that area that we are patrolling 8 hours a day. Awesome. Awesome. Geneva Convention can't engage your targets unless they shoot you first. Patrolling in a village you've never heard of where they're pumping oil. Wow.
Excellent. Thank you, Jake, for your service and your performance tonight. You have been one hell of a badass. Along with Chad, who seemed to have muted himself. You done, Chad?
I'm good, man. I'm so stoked. We're totally freestyling. The only reason I haven't been hanging out more is I'm usually hanging out with peeps while the show's on, but I watched it the next day. I'm totally stoked to be here with y'all. Let's do this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Wow. Chad brought the heat tonight. My God. Sounds like Jake wants to learn about the Constitution. It sounds like it, definitely. I think he might already know some stuff. All right. Next, let's go to the good doctor, Dr. Robert.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I just want to share a quick little koan. And this is only for black and white people. And it's a riddle. And on the next show, I just want you guys to kind of tell me what you think the answer is. It's a real short story. It won't take up much of your time. Caterpillar and Moth. Let me share an enchanting tale about a caterpillar and a moth. This short story is so captivating that it would only take a moment of your time. So make yourself comfortable, relax, and let the story unfold. Caterpillar was a playful creature who loved to pretend. Her imagination was so vivid that she could envision herself as anything, anywhere, at any time. When she could feel deeply, she could hear the most beautiful sounds, experience the most delightful sensations, smell the sweetest perfumes, and see and taste the most magical things. She had the power to manipulate time, making it move faster or slower, and could transform any image to her liking. When she enlarged things, she could observe every detail vividly, from the colors to the sounds to the emotions. Her incredible memory allowed her to recall events from the past with utter clarity, as though they existed in the present moment. One day, Caterpillar was exploring a massive, leafy, spherical object, burning with joy and eager anticipation when she encountered a majestic moth, glittering golden wings and mesmerizing eyes. Hello, greeted the moth in a sweet, deep, and healthy voice. Why are cabbages round and green? Passion. Life is my name, and I know your secret. Come, I know you're not a caterpillar, and you know it too. You've been told and believed that you are a caterpillar until this moment in time when you have met me. You know as well as I do that open doors permit entry, and inside you lives a beautiful, playful butterfly who longs to be released, to come out of hiding and revel in the joyous and radiant energy of love. But she is so shy, timid, and reserved, continued the moss. Luckily for her, and for your delight, I'm a master of metamorphosis, change. I know her secret desires and the magic word that will set her free. Would you like to hear it? Yes, oh please, exclaimed the caterpillar with eagerness. I've always dreamed of flying, of being joyful and free, of soaring above the mundane and experiencing new exciting things. Please, kind sir, please tell me the word that will set me free. The moth drew her close, held her gently, and whispered the magic word in her ear. The caterpillar was instantly transformed into a magnificent butterfly with multicolored wings and as delicate as gossamer. She was finally free to be herself and no longer needed to pretend, for everything she had imagined and wished for became reality. Can you guess what the word was? Next episode, put your guesses in the chat rooms, all of them. And make sure you vote for my girl, AOC, show her love. You know, see what she's doing and get on your politicians the red states to do the same thing. Like I said, if she can find money to help out her community, then why in the fuck can't they? So put pressure on the motherfuckers. She got a system that works for everybody. And you guys are welcome to use it. I'm pretty sure of it. So encourage your Republican politicians that they better start finding money like AOC is and building shit for your children and helping people save their farms and shit like that. But and make sure you support the show. And I love the guest today. He was very informative. You know, we have same taste in authors. Peter Lavinda, so everything's really groovy, man. So support the show, please. And the best way you can support the show is hitting the subscribe button and the like button. That's the best way. And if you have a little to spare, but I know none of us have any really any money, you know, give it to Daniel if you can. Let's keep this going, man, because we're trying to wake everybody up. And that's it. Take it away, Daniel. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, good doctor. All right. Good stuff from Dr. Robert tonight. He brings it every night. My God, what a great asset to this show has he become. What a great friend to all of us has he become. Next, let's talk to the Bod, also known
All
as
right.
the Todd.
You came to me right after Dr. Robert. I appreciate that because I want Dr. Robert to know that we feel what he's saying, we feel what he's pushing, and I know what he's saying. I feel the wave behind his back. I've looked into all that shit he's saying. It's all true. They're racist as fuck. The black people have been battling racist discrimination forever. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that there isn't something else going on here. It just means understand that where Dr. Roberts come from, it's dead on. First thing I want to say after that is End of Days Radio. It's the coolest show on the internet. I don't give a fuck what show you want to put out here. donate to Daniel. Donate to him yesterday. If you like this show, Daniel sits here and gives this for free. We're lucky that we all met each other. You're getting the best content, all 4 hours long, 5 hours long. Come on. Daniel, I wanted to tell you, if you put out a t-shirt or a hoodie or a hat, I would buy that $50 each. You could charge $50 for a shirt, a hat, or a hoodie. I would buy that yesterday. So put a logo on a shirt, get a company to produce them, and I'd buy that tomorrow. You with me, Daniel?
Yeah. No, that the shirt thing, it's been something I've been toying with for a while. The only thing holding me back is I want these shirts to be A, I want them to be high quality, and B, I want them to be designs that are cool as fuck. And
it has to be the baddest logo. It has to be the baddest logo, cool as fuck, the best hoodie, the best
but I'm not just
shirt.
talking about logo. I'm talking about like I want like a badass picture of Bigfoot and he's all ripped with muscles and stuff
No,
like
how
that.
about Cthulhu? Fuck Bigfoot. Let's
Yeah,
go
I want
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
No, I just
What is
teasing.
this copyright? We can do
I'm just
Cthulhu's
teasing.
brother, Blue
Yeah, we can do
Hulu.
Cthulhu.
We'll do Blue
No.
Hulu. It'll be
Just
like
do
a
end
Blue
of days.
Cthulhu.
Just give me EODR on a hat and I'll fucking buy that for $50.
No, that's
Your
good.
show is so cool. Your
That's
show
good,
is
but
so cool.
I want elaborate designs like a succubus and shadow people.
You know,
and
every
Susan
other
Devil.
show, Daniel, is doing commercials. They're playing commercials at the beginning, commercials in the middle, commercials all throughout at the end, big commercials. And you don't even get to hear the best stuff unless you give those guys $5 a month to get the real info behind the stage. Daniel's provided everything for free for years, the best people he could find, fucking for free. If we could just donate enough to him, no commercials, but give us a hat, give us a t-shirt, Daniel. You know, let's do that. Let's do that. And
Well,
then
it's ongoing. It's ongoing.
so
Go ahead.
I'm gonna end with End of Days Radio is riding the wave of culture. We're the only show that's really literally riding the wave of culture, going back in time, talking about archaeology, winding conspiracy, fucking mythology, superstition, culture, anthropology, all around the coolest topics, coolest book. You're talking, and then real people call in. Nobody is brave enough to let real people call in. That's Daniel, brave motherfucker, unafraid. So support his show, and then I was gonna say, if we do these things, we can win. We can move further ahead in time. We all have to realize we have different opinions about and views of what we're looking at, but we're all on the same team. We're all in this same swamp. And if we can put some pressure on the swamp creatures, drive them to make our lives happier in some way. I don't know if that's going to happen because, you know, this is End of Days Radio, but I like to think that we've got a chance. We've got some super brains going on over here. I like to think of this, like Daniel said, the Court of Owls and Batman, or the Avengers, or whatever, coming together to put our minds on this. People that really give a shit about these, you know, interesting topics and the world. End of Days Radio, coolest show on earth. Get some, get some, get some. Peace, Daniel.
Thank you, Todd. Always good to hear from you. And this shirt thing, again, like, I don't know what it's going to take. Maybe we got to find the right artist or the right shirt company. I want them to be high quality too. And I want people to want to wear these shirts. Like, I want it to be its own brand, not just people that are fans of the show. I want these shirts to sell the show. But in any case, let's continue forward with the third world assassin himself, Clint Eastwood.
This isn't copyrighted music. It's something my friend made.
Okay, that's good. Then.
I wanted to mention how that guy burned himself. You know what I'm talking about.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it was See, that guy was an example of the fucking the initiates of the communist Illuminati religion. He believed in these half truths that were fed to him, and then under this emotional trauma, he then lit himself on fire to think that he was going to somehow cause some, and on his accounts, he was labeled, he self-proclaimed himself a quote unquote anarcho communist, and that there's this group of quote unquote anarchist type people who don't realize that they're a pawn of the communist goals, and that they're just another cell of the communist system, and that they'll sit there and they'll sugarcoat the same rhetoric of the excuse me, the citizens as the slaves of the state, and it's us versus the rich, us versus the state, which is God, and according to their rhetoric and whatnot. But see, it's like this, the world isn't all fucking the world isn't all so cut and dry. It's this communist rhetoric, it's like in the book, The Communists, You Can Trust the Communists to Be Communists, the guy talks about how he laid out just some simple facts to this circular communist argument of, and that the initiate of the communism was flabbergasted. He didn't know how to respond, and he couldn't compute it because it wasn't in this step-by-step instructionary logic, because the communist religion is this logic which has been toxicified, and that they are initiates of the plan of the Illuminati, and that it's all being done. These people are religious fanatics of communism, so much so that they light themselves on fire. This is an ancient toxic thing that reoccurs every so often, where these fanatics of these types of systems built out of words have it's become a toxic runaway train of fucking madness, and that these people are under this illusion of lies, and they believe it with their hearts. You could put them on a lie detector, they'll believe it, but they don't. They got half truths that are fed to them, spoon fed to them their whole lives by Marxist professors, Marxist high school teachers, by members of different fraternal orders who are perpetuating the goals of the world communist agenda / fake revolutions, and that these movements are dangerous, and that they make their initiates dangerous. Every one of those fucking school shooters was a fucking Marxist, a Marxist, socialist, communist. And that democracy is indispensable to socialism. That's Lenin and what's his name saying that. And fucking the absolute goal of socialism is communism. And that's Lenin, and or he doesn't say absolute, but the goal of socialism is communism. That's Lenin and that other Marxist slime bag. But my point though is that every country that America appears to invade, because it's not us actually invading them, it's the world communist government ran, under the underside. I go over the rhetoric and the laws of Article 43 UN Charter and so on, and that this war machine couldn't see. This Australian is what pissed me off and what got this whole thing going, where this Australian's like, oh, what's the Constitution matter? And it's like, well, if there was a constitution, there wouldn't be world wars, because Congress hasn't waged any wars since before the Korean War. And that, they didn't understand that. They're just sitting there like, oh, well, where's the delegation of the authority for the Constitution to exist? And it's like, the fucking Declaration of Independence is the authority, and that it's like, that was all. This stuff wasn't created by people who risked their lives, gave their fortunes, gave their land, and fucking half of them died in a fucking British jail cell, fucking rotting away. And that fucking there were people that started this country to be against the crown, to be against the Illuminati, to be against the Vatican, and that the country has fallen into the hands of internationalist socialists, and that in 1933 there was a bankruptcy. In 1890 something there was another bankrupt. There's been so many bankruptcies. America doesn't exist on paper. This Australian didn't understand that fucking America is the Constitution, and that anything that's and that government is the Constitution, and that it's an operating system just like Windows on a PC, and fucking anything outside of that operating system is not our government, and that the New World Order has literally made it so the UN Charter and all these UN laws rule outside of their international jurisdiction laws have been made supreme law of the land, and that judges in every court in America rule in favor of the international jurisdiction laws, the UN under the UN Charter, and that fucking William Cooper reads the Supreme Court cases that state it, and that fucking the New World Order exists, and these Australians and all these other people that don't understand that the world government is running the show, and that there is no America whatsoever. Because they violated every clause. They violated every fucking amendment. They've created amendments that violate clauses in previous amendments. None of it's constitutional. And America is the Constitution. And without it, we're all going to be fucked by Illuminati and fucking all these quote unquote anarchists. They think they're going to be fucking. They don't even know what real anarchy is when, oh, I like your shoes. Give me your shoes, motherfucker. Run your motherfucking shoes. Those are my shoes now, motherfucker. You see, that's what fucking anarchy is. And they don't want that because the fucking real dogs are going to fucking come out and take what they want. And so if all these little fucking pussy ass bitches and all these fucking little beardo man bun fucking communists, if they all want to think that they're going to be bad and that America's going to fucking die, they're wrong, because America is going to get peacefully reinstated under constitutional authority, and that these world wars are going to end.
All right, Clint.
Third world assassin, Clint Eastwood.
Are you doing a show tonight? Are you doing a show?
Yeah, I quit Red Bull for the last couple of days, but I did drink one. So,
oh damn!
Yeah,
how are you going to get through another 8 hours? You're gonna have to grab another Red Bull.
I'm probably just gonna do 4. I forgot I drink a Dr. Pepper too, but Todd's coming on, and Robbie Marks. I'm pretty sure he's gonna come on too. So it's gonna be a trifecta of me and Robbie Marks and Todd, and on my channel, Third World Assassin, Clint Eastwood. And that's all.
Awesome. Head over to Clint's channel if you still got life in you after doing 4.5 hours here. Where is leading? All right, it's 4.5 hours. I gotta get through the rest of this crap quickly. Not that it's crap, but you know what I mean. Mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing moment of the day, I'd have to say, was that whole, because he just went on about this so deep. The whole middle of the earth, center of the will, the axis, the stairway in between the pillars. I've seen that sort of design many times in these Masonic sort of murals and stuff like that. So big eye opener. It's decoded. It's decoding it for me. So I'm going to say that's the mind-blowing moment of the day, although there was lots of mind-blowing moments today. I think that guest we had was probably one of my best interviews, and we had so many people on panel, I barely had to do anything because I was trying to make sure everybody had some time. We can only go 4.5 hours. I'm trying to rethink that because there's so much to do, but I want the show to be digestible as well. I don't want to go 5 hours because that's more than what people can consume in a week. Yeah, I've thought about this. Sports, you know what? Just one quick sports story. Caitlin Clark, I guess because of her, 2.5 million people watched the WNBA draft. That's huge. that many people don't watch anything nowadays. I mean, for female basketball to do a number like that is crazy. I don't think anybody thought that the WNBA would get to that level of popularity. Like, people used to make jokes about the empty stands, nobody wants to watch it, blah blah blah. That could not be further from the truth right now. There are so many people getting into female basketball. It's that's mind-blowing. That's the second mind-blowing moment of the day, because I don't think any of us ever thought that would happen. But this Caitlin Clark, she's doing things that we've never seen and giving hope to humanity. So good for her. Good for the WNBA. I mean, the only basketball we get here in Seattle is the Storm. And if you're craving to watch some basketball, that's besides college sports. Sorry, I don't mean to offend my peoples. We do have one letter from a listener. I thought I'd read it. Al might like this one. I don't know. It says, "Dear Daniel, stop talking about magic. It is pagan, demonic, and evil. Stop now or experience hellfire as you are raped in hell by devils." From Captain Angurius. Okay. Why do you have to go to the rape thing? Can't you just tell me, like, I'm going to hell or I'm on the wrong path? Why do you have to say that I'm going to get sexually assaulted by demons? That's disgusting. And that does sound quite hellish. I have to admit, I do not want that to happen to me. Are you sure that's where I'm headed, though? I mean, I think there's different types of magic. Like, there's black magic, white magic, protective magic. There's magic that lets you see things, magic that lets you know things. I think that there's a specific type of magic that is very parasitic and has to do with blood and death and sacrifice that is good to probably stay away from. I'm sure that many that would say that they're white magicians or gray magicians, I'm sure they've dabbled in it, in going to various lengths. Somebody may have offered some food. Somebody may have sacrificed a rat or something like that, which is not okay with me. I'm not okay with any, harm to living creatures or anything like that. But as I said, there's various degrees to which people have dabbled, magicians have dabbled, but I don't think that any and every type of magic is what you are referring to. I think that's another deception to tell everybody that it's all bad. It can't be all bad. That doesn't make sense. It's a tool, a powerful tool, probably too powerful for most, but I don't think it's gonna make me get raped. I'm sure if I'm a really bad person and I don't repent, then that's rapage, and I'm not down with that. Donate to the show? No, seriously. Okay. I wanted to talk to my people, my local people, for a second. I decided, you know what? I need more people from the Seattle area to listen to the show. I think people around here would like this show. And I want people to think about this show when they think about the area, because this show is awesome. And there's only so many awesome things that we can say come from Seattle, besides Nirvana and Starbucks and a few other things, Macklemore, a few other things. But I want people to associate this show with this local area. And I don't know what I have to do. Do I have to go put up flyers? Do I have to create some kind of illegal broadcast system? I'm not sure what I'm going to have to do, but I want to get more in touch with my people. I think that I've done it long enough show. And by my people, like, don't get me wrong, everybody, you're all my people. I love you guys. I don't care where you're from. It's sad because I have all these friends and they're just scattered all over the world, right? I wish I could just fly around and visit them and do live shows and pull out a little laptop and a microphone and just do a show at a different place every week. That'd be so much fun. But my God, the guest was great tonight. We're on a roll. What's going on here? Have you seen these shows we've been doing? Have you seen it? Donate to End of Days Radio. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate. Really need those donations. Let's keep the lights on, keep the servers up, keep this show going. Well, that's pretty much all I have. I am going too long, so I'm going to go ahead and make a choice, and I'm going to log off. Did we get to everything? We didn't talk about 50 Cent or Waco. Oh, man. There's another story we didn't get to. Oh. You know what? I'm just going to touch on it because this is frustrating me, and I'll forget about it. Let's be honest. So I want to talk about this Bishop of Christ, Murray Emanuel. He is very controversial right now. I believe what happened was he's real controversial. He's come out against like worldwide pedophilia and stuff like that. I guess he doesn't like gay people very much, so he's probably pissed some people off that way, I'm sure. And he has other probably conservative religious viewpoints. I don't know all of them. I know that he was kind of hinting at like a worldwide pedophilia thing, and then this guy tries to assassinate him with a knife. And I guess it's some kind of switchblade or folding knife, and they're thinking it's a miracle because his knife did not unfold. It did not come out. So they think like God did that. And I find that story to be incredible. I mean, this guy's unhinged. He wants kind of justice in the world, and it looks as though he was protected by the Lord, who warded off this awful attacker. And there's this picture here, and he's just like looking at the guy, and he's holding his cross. Is this real? I hope it is, because this picture's got me kind of doubting it. But hey, it's a cool story. I believe it is real, and look into that, I guess. Todd says, I did not play the Taylor Swift song. We do not play Taylor Swift on this show. And not because we don't love her music, but because of copyright issues. And because we don't love her music. Just all of her songs are like, woohoo, woohoo, oh, cover this, everybody. It's my cat sitting on my lap. Woo. Oh, man. Her songs are so cringy. They're like stuff for little girls. And that's fine. I mean, if little girls like her, then that's great. They have somebody that they can enjoy in the music world. Hopefully she doesn't lead them to the devil. Well, I'm gonna sign off. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I love you guys. You are once again the wind beneath my wings. I'm Daniel. I am signing off from those crumbling, broken ruins here in the desolate wasteland, formerly known as Amarakis, and currently known as Babylon the Great, the great whore of the world. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Daniel, and I am truly unafraid. Play that music.